Chapter 41-46. How can this be? You're a human. Why is there such pure devil energy in your body? You're not a devil cultivator. Zi Yuan was surprised. The situation was a little different from what she had imagined, and she was really confused. No matter what, I'll kill you first. Without giving Ling Xiao a chance to fully recover, Zi Yuan dashed forward. Her body turned into a shadow, and her speed increased to the extreme. Although she wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao under normal circumstances. But in this dimension, she was faster than Ling Xiao. In a flash, she arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could even feel a terrifying, chilly wind blowing towards him from all directions. It was like a black tornado that was going to tear him into pieces. Shadow Warrior! In front of Zi Yuan, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. Zi Yuan's punch landed on the ground. Sand and stones were sent flying, and the ground cracked. The dimension felt like it was going to collapse. But what was the use of this? It was meaningless if she didn't hit him. Just a little bit more. That was too dangerous. In the Shadow Warrior form, Ling Xiao was breathing heavily. He was still affected by the attack, just now. There were signs of his injuries worsening. Originally, I wanted to use Zi Yuan's strength to strengthen my body. But now, it looks like Zi Yuan is really terrifying. If I don't use the martial soul of Tyrant, I'll be dead if I take another hit from her. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't be careless anymore. Therefore, he unleashed the martial soul of Tyrant. In just an instant, the white dimension turned into a pitch-black universe. Zi Yuan was shocked. She wanted to find the exit, but she didn't even know where it was. She could feel that Ling Xiao's strength had become extremely terrifying in an instant. I have to admit, this human devil is really strong. It's not like I haven't killed an early Heavenly Core warrior before, but it didn't take me this much effort. You're the strongest early Heavenly Core warrior I've ever seen. Ling Xiao appeared again. His body had also changed. The peerless Heavenly Rat's transformation had become even more ferocious than before. It was even more beautiful. More importantly, he could sense that the original beast god's aura had become even more frightening. It was as if it had merged with the might of universe Tyrant. Zi Yuan actually felt her body trembling. You, who are you? Zi Yuan asked about Ling Xiao's identity twice. It was just that the previous time, it was disdain. But this time, it was fear. Who I am is not important. What's important is that our battle is not over yet. Ling Xiao smiled and did not use any martial skills. With a leap, he jumped toward Zi Yuan. His right leg smashed down from the sky. This space's restriction on speed seemed to be ineffective. Of course, Zi Yuan would not wait for death. He desperately resisted. However, he was still smashed into the ground by Ling Xiao's kick. What a terrifying power! Why? What did you do? Zi Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. He jumped back. Ling Xiao, who had just been suppressed by her, was actually able to hurt her now. Although the injury was not serious, it was still very difficult for her to accept. Ling Xiao did not answer. He continued to attack. Zi Yuan could only defend passively. A human and a human demon fought from the sky to the ground in the space. Then, from the ground to the sky. They were completely evenly matched. Awesome! It's really awesome! The battle went on for 100 rounds. Ling Xiao could feel that the heavenly devil Thunder Jade was constantly being absorbed by his body, and the heavenly devil thunder power in his body was becoming more and more abundant. His physical strength and strength were soaring rapidly. Finally, at the 150th round, Ling Xiao's body burst out with bright lightning. In this light, the dense demonic aura was even more terrifying. Ling Xiao had the heavenly devil bone, With the heavenly devil thunder jade, it could be said that they were connected by flesh and blood and became even stronger. It's improved. 8th level, mid-level Emperor realm. He could feel the power emerging from his body. He could also feel the terrifying defense of his physical body. On Ziyuan's side, the more she fought, the more shocked and terrified she became. The shock that Ling Xiao brought to her was too great. Miss Human Demon, it's time for the battle between us to end. He had achieved a breakthrough in his physical body, and the energy in his cultivation C had also increased to 40%. Ling Xiao felt very satisfied, but he couldn't waste any more time. When he was fighting here, he didn't know what was going on outside. Do you really think you can kill me? I haven't used the Heavenly Devil Secret skill yet. Zi Yuan, who had been in her demonic form, was finally going to use her true strength, because she knew that if she didn't use her true strength, she would probably die in Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. The heavenly sword of East Victory and the demonic sword of East Victory merged into one. The sword of God and demon. It began to condense a powerful force. The blood and killing intent of the blood-drilling heavenly rat were constantly injected into the sword of God and demon. On the sword, there seemed to be a terrifying beast entrenched there. What kind of martial skill is this? It feels so terrifying. Zi Yuan frowned, but she didn't have time to think too much. At the same time, she also unleashed her most powerful heavenly devil secret skill. Purple light destroys the world. The bright purple light formed a huge blade and slashed down on Ling Xiao's head. Blood-drilling, heavenly rat of the 12 divine beasts technique. Ling Xiao released his attack at the same time. The purple light and the blood-red light were released violently in the entire space. Crack! The mirror in the outside world actually cracked. Boom! More and more cracks appeared. Finally, it couldn't bear it and collapsed. From that space, a terrifying energy flew out and spread in all directions. It was simply sweeping away everything. Originally, under the leadership of the Black Barbarian, the human demons were about to win. The Eastern Emperor's heroic spirits were all killed. The gates of hell were also shattered. Not a single snake was left. The human demons were even cheering loudly. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang were also not in the mood to continue fighting. But at this moment, a terrifying explosion rang out. With the original mirror as the center, it swept across a radius of thousands of meters. Everywhere it passed, corpses lay on the ground. Other than the Black Barbarian and about 1,000 human demons who were further away, the rest of the Goran demons, giant demons, and human demons were basically wiped out. Of course, the two fighting in the sky were also fine. Ling Xiao fell to the ground. Zi Yuan had long been sucked dry of her blood essence. At this moment, the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl was still devouring the blood on the ground. This blood had already turned into a river. With the blood of a strong person like Zi Yuan, it actually formed a pill that was even larger than the previous demon black blood pill. At a glance, the effect was much stronger. In any case, Ling Xiao wasn't going to get up. He took the healing pill and allowed his body to recover on its own. The reason why he didn't use life backtrack and rebirth from the ashes. Of course, it was because he didn't need them for the time being. Those two abilities were used to save his life. They weren't things that he could use to fight whenever he encountered something. Kill him. The Black Barbarian got up from the ground. Although he was seriously injured, he still had the ability to fight. The 1,000 or so human demons outside were also lightly injured. After all, the more the energy spread out, the smaller it became. They couldn't kill all the demons. End of this chapter. Chapter 41-47. Have you forgotten my array? Ling Xiao sneered in the face of the demonic creatures that surrounded him. Although his body couldn't move, there was no problem in activating the array. Terrifying lightning fell like a torrential rain. The pitiful demons were killed one by one, and their blood once again merged into the demon-suppressing black blood bead. Even Mo Hongmaru and Throwing Dagger hidden in the sky were implicated. In addition to the continuous bloodthirsty plague, 9-snake poison domain, and plague bone-dissolving formation. This caused them to unknowingly weaken. They were actually unable to withstand this torrential rain of lightning. Countless demons died, and only a few people were left. Black Barbarian had completely lost his fighting strength. Although Mo Hongmaru and Throwing Dagger Hidden were powerful, Black Pearl and Qi Yaowang took the opportunity to attack. Both of them were seriously injured. The dignified human devil's nest, under Ling Xiao's scheme, had finally fallen into a state of extinction. However, just as Black Pearl and Qi Yaowang were about to kill the murderous demon, suddenly an extremely terrifying aura was released from the military camp. Black demon Qi covered the sky and earth. It transformed into all kinds of strange shapes, not only protecting Mo Hongmaru and the other demons. Moreover, it also revealed a terrifying killing intent, forcing Black Pearl and Qi Yaowang to retreat. Black Pearl and Qi Yaowang stood in front of Ling Xiao, releasing their auras to repel the demon Qi. Protect Ling Xiao. Other than the demon emperor, I haven't seen such a courageous human warrior in a long time. You actually dared to barge into my human devil branch and kill so many of my people. What punishment do you deserve? The demon Qi that filled the sky finally retracted. Then it condensed into a figure. This figure was somewhat illusory, but one could clearly see its appearance. A tall body, about 3 meters tall. 2 horns on his head, 2 wings on his back. His eyes were scarlet red, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Dressed in black armor, he was exceptionally ferocious and handsome. Especially those scarlet eyes, they were like a pool of blood, causing people to tremble. Human Devil King, Black Pearl exclaimed, weren't you already killed by the Demon Emperor? The one who appeared in front of him was the Human Devil King. However, it wasn't his main body, but just a clone. Human Devil Kings were the kings of the human devil lineage in the Heavenly Devil Ghost region. However, they are much more powerful than the Devil Kings, and even surpass the Devil Venerables. He was second only to the Devil Emperor. The instant the Human Devil King clone appeared, Black Pearl and Qi Yaowang actually knelt on the ground with a plop. The violent pressure made them unable to resist at all. It was too terrifying. This was just a clone, but it had such a terrifying aura. On the contrary, it was Ling Xiao who performed better than them. The 3 mouthfuls of divine wine had replenished his true essence, qi, blood, and energy. He stood up, looked at the phantom of the Human Devil King, and sneered, the dignified Human Devil King is actually just a scoundrel. What's wrong with killing you human demons? If they didn't provoke us, why would we need to kill them? Black Pearl and Qi Yaowang looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. This young man who was weaker than them had such terrifying willpower. He didn't even fear the aura of a Human Devil King. In this world, what else could cause his expression to change? Ha 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 ha! The Human Devil King let out a wild laugh. You're just a peak 6 divine core trash. How dare you boast in front of me? Even the Devil Kings can't kill me. You little bastards still want to destroy my demonic human clan? If I don't kill all of you today, I won't have the face to continue living in this world. Along with the furious roar, a frightening force suddenly descended from the sky. Bang! In an instant, Ling Xiao felt as if a huge mountain had fallen down from the sky, pressing down on his back. Both of his legs bent, as if they were about to break. Black Pearl, and Qi Yaoguang were lying on the ground, unable to stand up. The ground cracked like a spider web, spreading out in all directions. The ground even started to collapse. It was a spectacular and shocking scene. Huh! Ling Xiao suddenly let out a furious roar, and the universe of Tyrant appeared behind his back. It was as if his tiny body was supported by the entire universe. He would never fall again. His body unleashed the aura of a human king. Human devil king and human king, although there was only a difference of one word, but the difference was like heaven and earth. If the human king was still alive, he would be able to destroy the human devil king with a single finger. What? The human devil king was shocked. The universe of Tyrant's aura and the human king's aura appeared at the same time. It actually made him feel fear. This fear was even more frightening than when he fought the Devil Kings. How could this be? He wasn't the only one shocked. Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl were also shocked. The human Devil King's fear was like the mountains and seas, simply impossible to resist. Ling Xiao was actually able to unleash an even more frightening aura. This didn't make sense. Brat, who are you? Why don't you take me as your master? I can let you become a true elite, and you can even inherit my legacy. In the future, when the sky demons descend upon the human world again, you will be the human king. The human devil king wanted to take him as his disciple. This was because the aptitude that Ling Xiao displayed was simply too shocking. If he couldn't take this brat as his disciple, it would be too much of a waste. Ridiculous. You can't even control your own fate. This devil king forced you to live in fear, and you still want to take me as your disciple? Let me tell you, this young master's master is 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times stronger than you. Ling Xiao said with disdain. You will definitely take me as your master, but wait for me to kill these two women first. Then I will capture you alive. After being tortured day and night, I don't believe you won't lower your head. The human devil king wasn't angry, and he seemed to be very satisfied with Ling Xiao. He was looking forward to taking Ling Xiao as his disciple. You two, enter the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Ling Xiao waved his hand and kept Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang. Although these two were powerful, they couldn't move under the pressure of the human devil king's clone. Not to mention fighting. He could only put them back. Seeing this scene, the human devil king was even more interested in Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Dong Sheng Emperor ring? How nostalgic. Back then, I fought with the Dong Sheng Ancient Emperor. Although it was a draw, that old thing was indeed powerful. It's a pity that he didn't live as long as me, so his strength can't compare to mine. Since you are so stubborn, I will capture you first. Human devil swallowing heaven's sleeve. While speaking, the human devil king's clone suddenly flung his sleeve. In that instant, the entire small world lost all light. Nothing could be seen. Even the eyes of martial artists couldn't see through this terrifying darkness. Although martial artists could see in the dark, it was because there was still light in the dark. It was just that it was weaker. But after this human devil swallowing heaven's sleeve flung, all the light was absorbed. It was simply impossible to see anything. Ling Xiao felt that this human devil swallowing heaven's sleeve was really able to contain heaven and earth. It was able to swallow everything. This kind of terrifying power was truly frightening. End of chapter. Chapter 41-48. Scoff. Do you think a small human demon swallowing heaven's sleeve can contain my universe tyrant, Qi Niming? I will support the light for you. You fight. Ling Xiao snorted coldly as he focused on controlling the tyrant martial soul. Qi Niming flew out from the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. People who go against fate are like dragons and phoenixes, breaking the dawn of the heavens. Only I am supreme. Kill. With the support of the universe tyrant, Qi Niming could see everything. The human demon king's human demon swallowing heaven's sleeve had no effect. Kaboom! An extremely bright sword light tore through the darkness. It chased away Yongya. Qi Niming floated in midair and stood in front of Ling Xiao. I can only fight for 3 minutes. Any longer, and I won't be able to. Think of a way to retreat. Qi Niming transmitted his voice. 3 minutes is enough. That human demon king was injured by the demon emperor, and his strength was greatly reduced. Furthermore, this is only a clone. He might not be your match. Let's try it first. If not, I have a way to escape. Ling Xiao was very calm. That human demon king frowned and was a bit wary. Hummer, you guys leave first. The reason why he made such a decision was because he had no confidence in defeating Qi Niming. Kill. Qi Niming did not waste time. He did not have enough time, so he charged over. The sword light was like lightning as it stabbed towards the human demon king. The human demon king only had the ability to dodge and defend. He couldn't even counterattack. Mo Hongmaru and throwing knife song brought Black Barbarian and the remaining demons and disappeared into the underground world. Ling Xiao did not chase after them. Although Mo Hongmaru and throwing knife song were heavily injured, they were not people he could deal with. As for Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl, their bones were broken, and they could only heal. They could not chase after them. Of course, he could not chase after them. However, Ling Xiao did not let go of the treasures in the human demon nest. He searched for a long time and did not find the demonic serious. However, he found a demonic heart and many demon race martial arts that he did not have time to take away, as well as 100 top-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao said it all. Demon race martial arts was just a method of using demonic power. There was no difference between good and evil. He could still use it when he brought it back. The heart of the heavenly demon was very powerful. By the time his physical body reached the peak of 8th Order Emperor realm, he had consumed the heavenly devil Lightning Jade. Then he could use the heart of the heavenly demon to cultivate the true heavenly demon Black Tortoise body. That was a peak 9th Order Emperor realm body refining technique. Ling Xiao put it away. The entire process took less than a minute. The battle outside was still ongoing. Heavenly Devil destroys immortals, earth-shattering. With a roar, the human Devil King avatar's hands turned into huge demonic claws that grabbed at Qi Niming. Qi Niming's sword Qi was crushed. Then, it covered Qi Niming's body. He wanted to crush Qi Niming into pieces. Time is like a sword. I will raise my sword and laugh at the heavens. Qi Niming revealed a cold smile. The long sword in his hand turned into a huge sword Qi and stabbed forward. It pierced towards the 2 huge devil claws, even though he had yet to fully recover from his injuries. However, after the incident with the demonic blood palm, he miraculously achieved a breakthrough. He was now a late 9th Divine Core warrior. It was on the same level as the Ghost Sword. Crack! The 2 devil claws were torn apart. However, the sword Qi didn't stop there. It continued piercing towards the human Devil King's avatar. Human Devil King, you're just a tiny avatar, and you're trying to do evil? Don't you think you're underestimating us human warriors? Kill! Bang! The human Devil King's avatar suddenly disappeared. That guy actually ran away because he knew he wasn't Qi Niming's match. He chose to run away. Otherwise, even if his avatar was destroyed, his true body would still be severely injured. The human Devil King wasn't stupid. Ling Xiao, I've completed my mission. I'm going back to rest. Qi Niming had been fighting for more than a minute, but he was already exhausted. There was nothing he could do about it. He had just recovered, and his body was extremely weak. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Then he put Qi Niming into the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a storage ring on the ground. Isn't this that woman, Zi Yuan's storage ring? Ling Xiao smiled. Then he put away the storage ring and quickly left the underground world. Since there was no demonic epiphyllum, and he had already obtained the other treasures, there was no need to continue wasting time. Otherwise, if the human Devil King's avatar returned, he wouldn't be able to provoke it. After exiting the teleportation gate, Ling Xiao set up a simple formation to seal it. Anyway, he had the formation refining stone, so it wasn't complicated. After sealing it, it wouldn't be so easy for the human Devil King to come out. After that, he left the cave. When he was outside, Ling Xiao saw that there was no one around. Then he took out Zi Yuan's storage ring and began to study it. There were some high-grade spirit stones inside. However, what surprised him was that there were a few talismans. The most amazing thing was that these talismans were all divine-grade, heavenly king artifact talismans. During the battle with Zi Yuan, this woman was intimidated by the heavenly tyrant martial spirit and didn't have time to use these talismans. There were a total of 3 talismans. The first one was called the Demonic Flame Talisman. When it was released, it would release a terrifying demonic flame. No warriors below the extreme realm of Kor dared to fight against it. They could only run away. The second talisman was called the 7 Slaughter Talisman. When it was released, it would release poisonous bugs. Even heavenly Kor warriors would feel terrible if they were bitten, and those with weaker cultivation would die on the spot. The third talisman was called the 10 Swords Talisman. It required 10 swords to be used together, and the quality of the swords had to be at least common grade, heavenly king artifact. If not, the effect would be greatly reduced. As long as the conditions were met, the better the quality of the swords, the more powerful they would be. If there were 10 divine grade, heavenly king artifacts, it would be normal for them to instantly kill a peak heavenly core warrior. Even an extreme realm core warrior would be killed. What a powerful talisman. Too bad, this talisman can only be used 3 times. Even if I strengthen it, I can only use it 6 times at most. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. A treasure like this, he would feel the pain of using it just once. But if he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to do it. The most important thing was these things could save his life. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a man walking towards him from the darkness. His speed was very fast. Obviously, he had noticed him. In an instant, he arrived in front of Jiang Chun. This man was wearing a white battle robe, and he looked quite handsome. Wasn't he Yang Chu from the Yang family? Yang Chu's cultivation was at the early heavenly core realm. What a headache! With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he would have to use the martial soul of Tyrant to deal with a warrior like this. Just like how he dealt with Zi Yuan. But he suddenly looked at the talisman in his hand, and an idea came to his mind. Let's test out the power of this talisman first. Kid, hurry up and give me the talisman in your hand, or else I'll kill you today. Yang Chu felt very lucky. Because his cultivation was weaker than Yufeng, Yu Chen, and Yang Zhan, he was left behind along with the woman in green, Yuan Meng, and Xue Feiqi. Along the way, they were ambushed by the blood turtle dove and the human devils. As a result, they were separated. Who would have thought that they would run into Ling Xiao? Genius 1, second, remember this site, address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 41-49. Yang Chu felt lucky because he had found Ling Xiao, the man they had been chasing for a long time. Besides, Ling Xiao had a few talismans with him, and he was very jealous of them. Although Ling Xiao's performance in the battle with the flying flaming lion was very brave, but Yang Chu had seen it. Besides his speed, Ling Xiao didn't have any other abilities. Besides, It seemed like Ling Xiao had just fought a battle, and his aura wasn't strong enough. He should only have 70% of his strength left. If he was afraid of this Ling Xiao, then Yang Chu, an early heavenly core warrior, wouldn't be worthy of his title? Hee, are you trying to compare who has a bigger face? You think you can have such good stuff just because you want it? Who do you think you are? The Golden Emperor? The Eternal Emperor? Or the Devil Emperor? Ling Xiao looked at Yang Chu with disdain. If it was Yang Zhan, he might be more worried. After all, Yang Zhan was a perfect heavenly core warrior. Basically, if he wanted to defeat Yang Zhan, it would take a miracle. But Yang Chu couldn't. Although it was difficult to defeat Yang Chu, it wasn't impossible. Ling Xiao immediately transformed into the peerless heavenly mouse. Strategically speaking, he was looking down on his enemy, but tactically speaking, he still had to pay attention to his enemy and never underestimate him. If he failed miserably, it would be a great loss of face. Not only would he lose face, he might even die. Brat, how dare you not listen to me? Yang Chu furrowed his brows. He knew Ling Xiao had a bad temper, and he had seen it in the puppet city. But he didn't expect this brat to be so unreasonable. Yang Zhan had directly rejected his request. Yang Chu's expression became ferocious. It looked like if he didn't use some tricks, he would be looked down upon by this brat. Forget it. In any case, senior apprentice Brother Yu Feng said that you must die. Today I'll just kill you. Do you really think you can defeat me, a heavenly core warrior, with just a few divine grade, heavenly king tier talismans? You really don't take me seriously. While speaking, Yang Chu circulated his energy. A martial soul appeared behind his back. It was a huge white sheep. The white sheep's fur was as clean as white jade. However, the power it exuded was also very frightening. Whoosh! The instant Yang Chu released his martial soul, he suddenly made his move. 7 strange, cloud-like shock waves were released. He flew towards Ling Xiao. Wherever the cloud passed, the air was shaken and scattered, producing thunderous booms. The Thunder Mountain was originally pitch black and filled with lightning. However, at that moment, the sky had turned white. Like white jade, it covered an area of several hundred meters. The pitch-black night sky turned into a dazzling white. Ling Xiao frowned. In the analysis of the Tai Chi Eye, the attack that Yang Chu had released was a very unique light energy. It was a martial art that the Yang family had developed using their own martial souls. It was called the White Jade 9 Smelting Demonic Light. This martial art was originally a peak 8th level Emperor class martial art. What Yang Chu learned was not complete. However, its power was not weak at all. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the demonic light passed, the scene was extremely shocking. Ling Xiao released Invincible Vajra to block it. The demonic light kept colliding, producing a strange sound like metal clashing. It really made Ling Xiao's qi and blood churn, making him very uncomfortable. After holding on for more than 10 minutes, cracks appeared on Invincible Vajra. However, the demonic light was still tough. Yang Chu, I can't be bothered to argue with you when the human demon is causing trouble. Now, you'd better scram. Perhaps I can spare your life. After all, we work together in the southern puppet city. I don't want to kill you. Don't force me. Ling Xiao said this just to make Yang Chu underestimate him. He did not expect Yang Chu to accept this. Humph, what an idiotic argument. As expected, Yang Chu laughed disdainfully. Do you know how stupid you are? Why talk about cooperation with me? Are you worthy? Although our Yang family has joined the Yu family, we are now the second largest family in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. You, a reptilian existence. Are you worthy of cooperating with me? Your defensive ability is not bad, but unfortunately, It's useless in front of me. If you're obedient and hand over those 3 talismans, I can let you go." Yang Chu was also unwilling to fight to the death with Ling Xiao because he did not have much of a chance of winning. Once they started fighting, whether they could win or not was still an unknown. That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. In that case, Ares capture. Yang Chu snorted and directly attacked. Since it did not make sense, he could only kill Ling Xiao. With a cold snort, the 9 demonic lights merged into one, turning into a giant white hand that slapped down at Ling Xiao. This was to directly smash Ling Xiao into a meat patty. At that moment, Ling Xiao could feel a holy power descending from the sky. It was trying to invade his body. It pressed down on him until he could not breathe. However, he was not even afraid of the human demon king's aura, so how could he be afraid of a mere Yang Chu's aura? He snorted coldly. He directly blasted a palm toward the sky. Heaven-covering palm. The heaven-covering palm collided with the giant hand condensed from demonic light and actually shattered the giant hand. It was a fight of mutual destruction. What? Yang Chu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Ling Xiao to know such a terrifying martial skill. This heaven-covering palm was extremely brilliant. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, in this collision, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. "I don't believe that I can't kill you." Yang Chu was ruthless and crazily attacked. Ling Xiao retreated as he fought. Because fighting outside was too eye-catching, he retreated into the cave. They fought in the narrow tunnel. In this way, Yang Chu's advantage would be reduced, and his advantage would be greatly increased. Now, the strength of his physical body had reached the mid-8th level of the Emperor realm. It was much stronger than before. If it was just a head-on collision, he would not lose to Yang Chu. It was indeed much easier than when he fought with Zi Yuan. It was really because of the stronger black tortoise divine body. Shadow Warrior. In the next moment, Ling Xiao passed through Yang Chu, came to the direction of the cave entrance, and changed positions with Yang Chu. The other side was sealed by his formation, and this side was guarded by him. It was as if Yang Chu was sealed in a sealed space. Hee, I'll give you something fun. The reason why Ling Xiao created this kind of space was naturally to test the power of the spirit talismans that he had just obtained. If he did not use the spirit talismans, no matter how powerful they were useless. Therefore, when he could use them, he would definitely not be stingy. Moreover, from using them, he could also study the use of these spirit talismans. In fact, as mentioned before, the spirit talismans of the Black Tortoise continent were completely different from those of the Immortal Court continent. This thing was the result of the ingenious combination of formations and formations. If one understood formations, then after understanding them, as long as they got the materials, they could make it themselves. Let's start with a demonic flame talisman. Ling Xiao suddenly pinched the demonic flame talisman with 2 fingers and activated his vital essence. A terrifying jade-green demonic flame spewed out and turned into a fire snake that pounced toward Yang Chu. Yang Chu's expression changed, and he hurriedly activated the demonic light to block. Genius 1 second, remember this site, address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 4150. The devilish light and devilish flames were fighting in the tunnel. A sizzling sound could be heard, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Next, it's time to use this 7 slaughter talisman. To make this 7 slaughter talisman, besides knowing how to use formations, there were still 7 other poisons. He also needed to collect 7 types of poisonous substances. There was no limit, but they had to be poisonous. Furthermore, the stronger the poison, the more ferocious the attack. This 7 slaughter talisman contained the rainbow poisonous snake, witchcraft spider, self-exploding ant, lightning venomous bee, bloodthirsty mosquito, flying golden silkworm, and virus moth. These 7 poisons, before they were made into the 7 slaughter talisman, each of them had the strength of a peak 7th divine core warrior. When they were gathered together, they would work together with the formation. Not only were they invulnerable to fire and water, they were also extremely poisonous. Once bitten, even a heavenly core warrior would be in a terrible situation. Using the same method, Ling Xiao activated the talisman. From within the talisman, a strange cry could be heard. Suddenly, a group of frightening poisonous snakes flew out from the talisman. These poisonous snakes were all rainbow-colored, and they even had rainbow-colored wings on their backs. They looked like flying snakes. They had triangular eyes, ferocious and cruel. They turned into a rainbow-colored mist and leapt towards Yang Chu. Yang Chu's attention was attracted by the devilish flames, so he didn't notice what was happening. The rainbow poisonous snake was extremely frightening. They ate all kinds of poisonous creatures in the world. Then they would gather in their bodies. Even if they were eaten by other demon beasts, they would release their poisonous creatures before they died, and they would die together with the demon beasts. If Yang Chu was stronger and had reached the peak heavenly core realm, these rainbow poisonous snakes might not be able to do anything to him. However, Yang Chu was just an early heavenly core warrior. His white jade, 9, smelting demonic light couldn't hurt the rainbow poisonous snake. The rainbow poisonous snake went through the devilish flames and entered the devilish light. Its body started to change, but it wasn't destroyed by the devilish light. Immediately after, another group of poisonous bugs flew out. These were the frightening self-exploding ants. They also had a pair of strange, transparent wings. Their bodies were red. Their poison was weaker than the rainbow poisonous snake, but the scariest thing about them was that they could explode. Although they were small, once they exploded, the effect was similar to that of a peak Earth core warrior exploding his own core. After exploding, the poisons poisoned to kill them all. It was suffocating. Following closely behind the self-destructing ants were the lightning venomous wasps. The advantage of the lightning venom bee was its speed. Their poison was also a lightning toxin that could paralyze people instantly. It was very small. The poisonous needle was very conspicuous. There were even blue electric currents flashing on it. It looked very shocking. Behind them was a group of blood-sucking poisonous mosquitoes. The effect of the bloodthirsty killer mosquitoes was almost identical to Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague. It was just that it was bigger. Therefore, the direct damage would be even more terrifying. The bloodthirsty killer mosquito's entire body was red like blood jade. They were basically the size of a fingernail. Feeling that long straw made people shudder. It was said that the toughness of the bloodthirsty killer mosquito straw was equivalent to a divine-grade, heavenly king artifact. He could become even stronger the day after tomorrow. Boom! Just as the bloodthirsty killer mosquitoes flew out, a terrifying explosion suddenly occurred over there. It was the self-destructing ants. Ling Xiao looked up and saw that the suicide bomb ants had already reached the center of the magic light and exploded one after another. The demonic light was scattered by the explosion. Terrifying indeed. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, Zi Yuan didn't have time to use this thing to deal with him at that time. Otherwise, he would definitely have a headache. Yang Chu originally felt that the situation wasn't right. Ling Xiao lured him into this cave, but he didn't continue to escape. He didn't escape out of the cave either. Instead, he suddenly attacked and released the demonic flame talisman. Although this demonic flame talisman was powerful, he was confident that he could easily resist it with his white jade 9 smelting demonic light. But what he never expected was Ling Xiao actually thought that the demonic flame talisman wasn't ruthless enough. He actually released the 7-kill talisman. Within the 7-kill talisman, the 7-colored poisonous snake was the first to arrive. The suicide bomb ants followed, but they flew slower. The lightning poisonous bee arrived first. At this time, Yang Chu felt that something was wrong. He also took out a spirit talisman and prepared to deal with it. But at this moment, the suicide bomb ants were approaching. All of a sudden, a terrifying roar erupted. Not only did the explosion cause the demonic light to collapse, but it also allowed the demonic flames to enter and burn the spirit talisman in his hand. He didn't have time to feel sorry. This was because he had encountered a very serious problem. He had no choice but to run deeper into the cave. These poisonous insects were flying at a very slow speed. Aside from the lightning poisonous bee, he didn't believe that anything could catch up to him. The cave looked very long, and it should extend all the way to the inside. There should be a lot of space inside as well. Therefore, he had no reason to be afraid. Idiot! Ling Xiao sneered. Then he chased after Yang Chu. Right at this moment, he heard Yang Chu's miserable scream. There was indeed a portal there, but it was sealed by Ling Xiao. How was he going to get out? Ling Xiao, I'm from the Yang family. If you dare to kill me, you'll die a horrible death. Yang Chu roared out. He knew he was at the end of his rope. He crazily circulated his true yuan and attacked. But right at this moment, all 7 poisonous insects had been released, and they were attacking him, together with the demonic flames. There was no way he could fight them alone. Ling Xiao knew that there was no need for him to fight anymore. Using these 2 spirit talismans together, killing an early heavenly core warrior wasn't a problem at all. Of course, you had to have these spirit talismans first, and you had to have enough true yuan to activate them. All right, I won't kill you. As long as you let me go, these 3 spirit talismans are yours. Also, I'll give you some of the spirit stones in my storage ring. What do you think? Yang Chu was basically begging for mercy. But even though he was begging for mercy, this guy was still acting like he was some big shot. Was he so used to acting tough that he couldn't change his habit of begging for mercy? Perhaps others would fall for this trick, but Ling Xiao didn't. If you hadn't attacked me, I would have kept your life. But too bad, you wanted to kill me and take away my spirit talismans. How could I let anyone know about this? That Yang Zhan is pretty strong. I'm no match for him. Therefore, you should just die obediently. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. As for the things in your storage ring, don't worry after you die. I'll take them myself. There's no need to trouble you. No. Another miserable scream sounded out. Some poisonous insects had bitten Yang Chu. Yang Chu let out a miserable scream. After a few moments, he was killed by the poisonous insects. Return. The spirit talisman flashed, and all the poisonous insects returned to their original positions. Ling Xiao walked over and took away Yang Chu's storage ring. There were a lot of spirit stones in Yang Chu's storage ring, and they were all upper-rank spirit stones. There were about 1 million of them. There weren't any martial skill manuals. What a disappointment. No wonder this guy wanted to bribe him with spirit stones. The key was that there was nothing else. Perhaps all the people who entered the Fengdu Devil Forest had put the best things in their homes. Only a demonic human expert storage ring would have such good stuff. What a pity. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4151. After killing Yang Chu, Ling Xiao continued to walk up the Thunder Mountain. He passed through the pitch-black fog area. Finally, he felt that the environment seemed to have become a little more comfortable. He had a feeling that the higher he went, the safer it would be. It was probably because the Western Puppet City had set up an array formation to block the lightning. However, after the environment became clear, his vision became wider. He felt as if he was in the clouds. That kind of situation was really like becoming an immortal. People who practice martial arts also dreamed of becoming immortals and saints. Ultimately, this was the reason why one practiced martial arts. The plants here were even taller than the ones he had encountered before, piercing through the clouds. The diameter alone was estimated to be more than 10 meters. Moreover, it was filled with electric currents, making people not dare to touch it casually. Ever since he saw the human demon, Ling Xiao felt that this trip to Fengdu Demon Forest would not be so smooth. The human demons that he had killed before were definitely not all of them. Besides, there were not only human demons here. Didn't they encounter a beast tide in the southern puppet city not long ago? Was the beast tide really just an accident? That might not be the case. Rumor had it that the demon race of the savage beast race was best at communicating with demon beasts and controlling them. Even the human demon had been seen. Who could be sure that there were no demon race here? In any case, even though there was no danger now, he still had to be careful. Who knew what would happen the next time they met? He didn't know how many of the hundreds of thousands of warriors were left. In any case, many must have died. Just the battle of the southern puppet city alone left more than 20,000 lives. The test of the demonic Sirius flower in Fengdu Demon Forest was like a trial deliberately arranged by the demon emperor. Sai, I hope it's just a trial. If the appearance of the human demon was an accident, then it would be really troublesome. There would definitely be more troublesome things. It would be even more terrifying than the previous beast tide, even more terrifying than the human demon. The Western Puppet City might become the final battle of Fengdu Demon Forest. Only 1/10 of the warriors would be able to reach there to be on the safe side. Ling Xiao still entered the shadow warrior form and quietly advanced. His speed was neither fast nor slow. If he was too fast, it would be easy to ignore some dangers. If he was too slow, it would be terrible if others snatched the demonic Sirius flower away. Along the way, he saw many beasts. However, they all avoided him. He didn't like meaningless battles. After walking for a while, he looked up. He still couldn't see the top of the Thunder Mountain. According to his estimation, he had only walked 1/3 of the way until now. The height of the Thunder Mountain was truly astonishing. Of course, the most important thing was that the uphill road was not easy to walk. Many roads had to be taken. This also increased the travel time imperceptibly. Along the way, he witnessed with his own eyes a group of people being besieged by a group of demonic beasts. In the end, all of them died tragically. However, he did not make a move. The reason was simple. It had nothing to do with him. Moreover, those people were all members of the Yu family. Saving one of them was equivalent to having one more enemy. This was different from the beast tide. Suddenly, he stopped. He came out of the shadow warrior form. It was not that he was willing to do so, but there was a very special existence here. Things that were hidden in the dark would reveal their true forms. Ling Xiao frowned, knowing that he might be in trouble. However, since he was already here, it was impossible for him not to move forward. Suddenly, he saw a person screaming and rushing over. A moment later, the scream turned into an angry roar. He pounced towards Ling Xiao as if he had gone mad. Ling Xiao recognized this person. It was Yang Mao. In the Yang family, he was considered a young master. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only at the peak 7th Divine Core realm. This guy had plotted against the Black Pearl and had been following Ghost Sword. Since he was here, it meant that Ghost Sword had appeared as well. "Save me! Save me!" Yang Mao shouted as he ran over. Ling Xiao felt strange. This guy's expression seemed to be constantly changing. One moment, he was angry, as if he wanted to kill him. The next moment, he was in pain, as if he was begging him to save his life. "Brother Ling, Be careful. This guy must have encountered the cannibal bees. Qi Niming hurriedly shouted. Before Qi Niming's voice could even land, Ling Xiao had already stabbed out with his sword. Yang Mao's head was pierced through. A yellow light flew out from his head. It was extremely fast, and it pounced towards Ling Xiao. Burn! Terrifying flames suddenly appeared on the surface of Ling Xiao's body. As soon as the yellow light touched his skin, it was instantly burned to ashes. We have to deal with Yang Mao's body as well. Otherwise, the larvae of the cannibal bees will control this body and turn it into a terrifying walking corpse. It will go and harm other people. Qi Niming hurriedly said. Ling Xiao didn't know how terrifying the cannibal bees were, but seeing how nervous Qi Niming was, he didn't dare to be careless. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly a sword came from the side. A man stood in front of Ling Xiao. He roared, "How dare you kill a warrior of the Yang family? You're finished!" Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Yang Mao, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly stood up. He bit the man who claimed to be a warrior of the Yang family. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I caught a strange scene. White larvae crawled out from Yang Mao's body and then drilled into the warrior's body. Ah! The man screamed. After a brief moment, his eyes lost their luster. So terrifying! This was something that was hard to explain, and it was the most terrifying thing. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Then he immediately threw out a flame and burned it. But too bad, it only burned one of them. As for Yang Mao, he actually ran away at an incredible speed, running forward. Ling Xiao wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by a warrior who walked out from the bushes. "Brother, don't go to your death. If you keep walking forward, you will reach the territory of the cannibal bees." Many people have had their brains sucked dry by the cannibal bees, and their bodies have been controlled, turning them into mindless walking corpses. Do you want to be like them too? This was a warrior in his 40s, and his cultivation base was at the peak 6 divine core realm. He wasn't strong, but he was very experienced. His caution and experience allowed him to survive, and he was able to reach this place. Cannibal bees, are they really so terrifying? Ling Xiao's expression turned ugly. If this was the case, didn't that mean he wouldn't be able to move forward anymore? Terrifying. Of course they're terrifying. Although those cannibal bees haven't existed for a long time, I heard that it was the experiments of the human devils that caused them to mutate. That's why these monsters were born. Compared to the legendary ancient creatures, they are even more terrifying. That's why we call them evolved creatures. Qi Niming explained, but I can't just stop here. Maybe the heavenly devil epiphyllum is still in the western puppet city. What others can't do, Ling Xiao can. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Considering his advantages, he felt like he could give it a try. He couldn't be so scared that he couldn't move just because of a few words from someone. It would be too embarrassing. "Brother, what are you doing?" The warrior who spoke just now asked. "We're going to the western puppet city." Chapter 41:52. Although the frightening cannibal bees had terrified many people, even Ling Xiao was a little scared of them. But being scared didn't mean he was scared. It didn't mean he was going to back off. He raised his foot and walked forward with determination. The further he walked, the more people he met. There were people from their teens to their 40s. After the first transition, people in this age group were called teenagers. In fact, Ling Xiao couldn't be considered a teenager anymore. He was a teenager in the truest sense. Those under 50 years old were called teenagers. After all, after entering the cycle of reincarnation, a warrior's lifespan would increase to 500 years. Although there were a lot of rumors in the streets, but this was an official record, so it shouldn't be bad. Most of the people Ling Xiao met stopped where they were and didn't dare to walk any further. Looking at the huge flower field in front of them, Their expressions were ugly. The flower field was more than 1,000 acres in size. One had to walk at least 1 mile to get out of here. There were also people walking through the flower field. But from time to time, there would be screams that could freeze one's heart. If I knew there was such a monster, I wouldn't have come here to compete for the heavenly devil epiphyllum. What does that have to do with me? Sigh. I'm so regretful. Now that I'm stuck here, I can't move forward or backward. This is so depressing. In order to pass through this flower field, one has to be at least a late Earth Core warrior. And that's just the basic requirement. If one only cultivates and has no combat experience, he will still die. Oi, that idiot is going to die. He, Peak 6 Divine Core warrior. He's weaker than me. I really don't know what he's going to do. Idiot. There will be a good show to watch later. The people who were talking couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Ling Xiao walking in front. They had seen people who were courting death, but they had never seen someone who was courting death like this. Ling Xiao laughed with disdain. A bunch of ants. How could they understand the thoughts of a hawk? He continued to walk forward, treating those taunts as nothing more than dog barks. In front of him was the flower field. There was nothing special about this flower field. It wasn't as weird as the trees from before. They all looked like ordinary flowers. There were all kinds of flowers. But the more this is the case, the more terrifying the cannibal bees are. That tiny bee was actually able to frighten a powerful divine core warrior to the point that he didn't dare approach it. The look of the cannibal bees is not fear. It was exactly the same as a normal bee. However, the cute little bee had a terrifying characteristic. It could turn powerful human warriors into walking corpses, become their nourishment. The number of the cannibal bees is huge. At a glance, the whole flower field is full of them. There is basically no gap for you to pass through, although most of the warriors were blocked by the cannibal bees. However, these hundreds of thousands of martial artists were all geniuses of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Naturally, they would not be stopped by this little cannibal bees. Although the cannibal bees were frightening, their strength was at most at the early 7th Divine Core realm. All of them combined could unleash a combat strength equivalent to a late 7th Divine Core warrior. As long as it was done properly, even a late 7th Divine Core warrior would be able to pass this test. Even an early 7th Divine Core warrior with a special martial soul or martial skill would be able to pass the test. As for the warriors above the 8th Divine Core realm, those cannibal bees wouldn't even dare touch them. They would just avoid them. Logically speaking, Yang Mao's strength wasn't weak, and he should be able to pass this test. But too bad, he only had a cultivation base and no combat experience. His performance was even worse than many early 7th Divine Core warriors. In the end, he was hit by the cannibal bees and became a walking corpse, a puppet of the cannibal bees. Many people passed by. Many people died. This was a cruel test. This Fiend Emperor was also really ruthless enough. In order to select the most outstanding young geniuses, countless lives had to be sacrificed. Luckily, humans had a pretty good reproductive ability. If not, humans would have gone extinct a long time ago. Lightly shaking his head, Ling Xiao stepped into the flower field. Immediately, a group of cannibal bees leapt towards him. That guy really jumped in. TSK, TSK, TSK. There really is someone who isn't afraid of death. Humph, it's just another joke. No one thought Ling Xiao would succeed. After all, Ling Xiao was only at the peak 6th Divine Core realm. In these people's eyes, he was trash. Maybe he has some kind of treasure. Bullshit. He's not from the Yu family, the Yang family, or the 3 sections. What kind of treasure does he have that can stop these frightening cannibal bees? I've seen a few warriors from the Yu family pass the test with the help of talismans or treasures. That's what a real big family is like. Ling Xiao didn't hear any of these discussions. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind. That was to arrive at Puppet City, find the heavenly devil epiphyllum, and save Ling Jiao Jiao. The swarm of cannibal bees was charging towards him. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, the heavenly flame started burning on his body. According to his deduction, the reason why the cannibal bees wouldn't attack an 8th Divine Corps warrior was because there was no hope for him. In the end, he might even lose his life. His body was a mid-8th Order Emperor, the Black Tortoise Divine Body. He was stronger than almost all mid-8th Divine Corps warriors. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the cannibal bees' attack. But just to be safe, he unleashed the heavenly flame to burn these cannibal bees to death. Crackle! A series of firecrackers sounded out. When the cannibal bees got within 1 foot of Ling Xiao, they suddenly exploded into pieces. Dead bodies fell all over the ground. Looking at this horrifying scene, the cannibal bees were so scared that they started backing off. They didn't dare get any closer. So boring. Ling Xiao shook his head. The cannibal bees that everyone was talking about had now reached him. It had actually become an inconspicuous piece of trash. He didn't even need to attack. He just kept walking forward. It was as if he was enjoying the scenery. The swarm of cannibal bees didn't get within 1 foot of him. They even avoided him when they saw him walking towards them. Although the cannibal bees had small brains, they still had some. It was impossible for them to attack an enemy they couldn't defeat. Beside him, there were countless battles going on. Some of them went through a tough battle and finally managed to keep their lives. They finally managed to take a few steps forward. Some of them were killed on the spot. But no one would have thought that Ling Xiao, who was considered a joke, would be so relaxed. "Brother Ling, you really surprised me," Qi Niming said with a bitter smile. "I was worried for nothing. As for those idiots outside, they were all dumbfounded. This guy must have some treasures on him. He must be a warrior from some big family. He is purposely playing with us. I heard that Ghost Sword from the Black Fiend Devil Kingdom also entered the Fundu Devil Forest. Could he be Ghost Sword? Impossible. He is only at the peak 6th Divine Corps realm. I heard that Ghost Sword is a 9th Divine Corps warrior." Everyone were discussing, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's identity. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4153. People couldn't guess Ling Xiao's identity. In the end, they could only conclude that Ling Xiao was a lucky guy. He must have bought a treasure in some puppet city. Only then could he safely pass through this flower field. They couldn't watch the joke anymore. People were a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Especially the person who mocked Ling Xiao just now was the most proud. At this time, Ling Xiao had already walked a few hundred meters away, but he was still standing at the entrance of the flower field and didn't dare to move. "Don't push. Can't you see I'm watching the show here?" This person was slapped in the face by Ling Xiao, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Just at this time, he felt crowded behind him. He cursed angrily. This time, he was kicked into the flower field by someone, and in an instant, his blood essence was sucked dry by the cannibal bees. The moment before he died, he saw a face. Yufeng, one of the top geniuses of the Yu family. Yufeng stood there, looking at Ling Xiao coldly, his eyes flashing with crazy hatred. When he was in the southern puppet city, Ling Xiao made him lose face. He had been jealous until now. After chasing all the way, he finally found Ling Xiao. Magic Blade, Yufeng, the super genius of the Yu family, second only to Ling Jiaojiao, and Yu Qiong. He actually appeared. Everyone cried out in alarm and hurriedly stepped aside. They were afraid that they would be thrown into the flower field. This person is definitely one of the most popular candidates to obtain the demonic epiphyllum. Only Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong can be ranked in front of him. Ling Xiao, I'll see where you run to. Yu Feng roared angrily and jumped into the flower field. A terrifying aura completely erupted. Hundreds of cannibal bees were killed on the spot. Then he tore through the air, his speed extremely fast. Like a knife god holding a sharp blade, he chased after Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing an incomparably cold aura. Along the way, the knife chi cut the flower field into a mess. Countless cannibal bees died under his knife chi, frantically fleeing in all directions. This kind of scene had never happened before. It wasn't that no one was stronger than Yu Feng. Like Ghost Sword, he didn't like to cause such a big scene at all. Instead, they would pass through quietly. Therefore, the scene was naturally not as domineering as Yu Feng's. So strong. Yu Feng is Yu Feng, but who is Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao is the kid with the strange flame burning on his body, right? How did this kid provoke Yu Feng? Who knows? But since he provoked Yu Feng, he definitely won't be able to survive, right? Everyone watched as Yu Feng behaved atrociously in the flower field. Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold. This Yu Feng was really like a lingering spirit. Logically speaking, he had saved the flying flame lion's life by killing it. This bastard didn't even have the slightest intention of repaying his kindness, and even wanted to kill him? This was simply unreasonable. Kill him. Kill that kid. Many people did not know Ling Xiao, but they overwhelmingly supported Yu Feng to kill Ling Xiao. To put it bluntly, it was because Ling Xiao was just a nobody. If a nobody performed too well, they would be envied by others. And Yu Feng's high-profile and overbearing performance would be admired by others. The reason was that simple. A moment later, Yu Feng had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The long saber in his hand suddenly slashed down. The ground was cut off. Die! Clang! Just at the moment when Yu Feng's saber slashed down, a sword blocked his saber. The ice-cold sharpness sent the saber flying. It plunged into the ground. Boom! The sound of an explosion came. Countless cannibal bees died, tragically. Who? Yu Feng looked over angrily. Who was it that dared to stop him from killing Ling Xiao? This made him very angry. He saved me. Whoever kills him, I will kill. A cold voice came out from the mouth of a black-clothed youth, like a gloomy iron sword, revealing a terrifying, murderous aura. Ghost Sword. Yu Feng was taken aback. Why did it have to be him? Kid, just you wait. I don't believe you can hide under the protection of Ghost Sword. Yu Feng knew that with Ghost Sword, he definitely couldn't kill Ling Xiao. So he could only fly away. Ghost Sword didn't say anything, turned around and left, looking at his back. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. This person is really straightforward. Actually, you don't need him to fight, do you? Both of us have almost recovered from our injuries. Any one of us can defeat Yu Feng. Black Pearl said in the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. That's right. Qi Yaowang also said. Forget it. He has already made a move. No need to say this. Let's move on. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. At this time, he found that because of the battle between Ghost Sword and Yu Feng, a large number of cannibal bees were killed, and some cannibal bees fled directly. This made many martial artists who were afraid to move forward take the opportunity to pass through the flower field. The threat of the flower field was greatly reduced, but this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Whether there were more or less people, the real competitors were still those few people. Most of the martial artists were actually just bystanders. He walked out of the flower field and continued to head up Thunder Mountain. But at this time, he found that he seemed to be surrounded. There were a total of 12 people surrounding him. These people were not from the Yu family, the Yang family, or the 3 sections. They were martial artists from some small families. They were quite strong. Ling Xiao looked at these people indifferently and asked, "Do you have any advice?" "Kid, don't play dumb. We all saw that when you passed through the flower field, you used a treasure. This allowed you to avoid being attacked by the cannibal bees. Be obedient and hand over the treasure, and we can let you go." One of them sneered, "And as long as you hand over the treasure, we can protect you. Don't think that you are safe after passing through the flower field. I can tell you the truth. The higher you go, the more dangerous it is. Human demons, and monsters, you don't know what you will encounter. With us, you will be safer. Take that treasure as your reward. I am not used to being protected by a group of trash. I will give you 10 breaths of time. Get lost. Otherwise die." Ling Xiao was very merciful. "Little brat, you don't want face. Brothers, get him." The group of people did not understand Ling Xiao's good intentions at all. They shouted and pounced on Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao and snatch the treasure on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. In this world, there were many people who did not understand their own situation and insisted on courting death. Ling Xiao had never had any sympathy for such people. He never thought that evildoers should be forgiven. Mercy should be given to those who do good, not to those who do evil. If they made a mistake, they should be punished. Evildoers had no right to live. This was especially true for those who wanted to kill others. Die. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. A moment later, a total of 16 people died on the spot. Their bodies were all smashed. If people did not see this battle, they might think that they were smashed to death by a hammer or other weapons. But the people who were hiding in the distance were very clear. These people were killed by fists. Too scary. Who the hell is this guy? End of chapter. Chapter 4154. Come out now. I know where you are. After killing 16 thieves, Ling Xiao suddenly looked towards the front. His cold voice was filled with impatience. If anyone dared to stop him or threaten him again, he wouldn't waste his breath. He would kill them all. I told you. He has already found us. Why are you still hiding? If you have something to say, just say it. A person walked out from the darkness. It was a girl, and she looked very similar to Ghost Sword. Underneath her cold face, there was a sense of pride. But Ghost Sword was a sword user. This girl was using 2 daggers. Her dark eyes were filled with an unsettling aura. She was a veteran, and her hands were stained with the blood of many. Hee. Miss Night Demon is indeed a good judge of character. A laugh sounded out. It was Xue Feiqi from the Blood Spirit sect. This surprised Ling Xiao. After Xue Feiqi left, 2 more people appeared. One was the girl in green from the Green Vine sect. The other was Yuan Meng from the Red Robe sect. Xue Feiqi, the girl in green, and Yuan Meng were only at the early heavenly core realm. Their overall strength wasn't too strong. But all of them were stronger than Ling Xiao. As for the girl called Night Demon, Ling Xiao couldn't see through her cultivation, but he guessed that she was slightly weaker than Ghost Sword, but not by much. After they came out, Night Demon didn't look at Ling Xiao again. Instead, she kept looking into the depths of the forest, as if she was paying attention to something. It was said that the Devil Emperor had 13 disciples, and all of them were outstanding. But only Ghost Sword, Night Demon, and a few others were famous. The rest of them were either in secluded cultivation or had never left the Devil Emperor Palace. That was why not many people knew about them. Ghost Sword always killed people openly, and that was why he was famous. When Night Demon killed people, she came and went like a shadow. Those who were targeted by her wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Night Demon's arrogance wasn't something she pretended to be. It was an arrogance that came from deep within her bones. She was the personal disciple of the Devil Emperor. Her talent was outstanding, and she was definitely favored by the heavens. She was too lazy to talk to an ant. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. In such a world, even an ant could become a dinosaur. If one was too arrogant, the chances of being slapped in the face were too high. If the Devil Emperor's disciple was placed in the heavenly devil ghost region, he might really be a peerless genius. However, this might not be the case in the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, this had nothing to do with him. He was more concerned about why these 4 people were looking for him. Is something the matter? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Shui Feiqi, you're the one who's looking for him. Why don't you tell him? Yuan Meng said impatiently. In my opinion, the 4 of us are enough. Why should we add such a burden? Brother Yuan Meng is right. How can he help us? The woman in green said disdainfully. You two don't understand, do you? Back in the southern puppet city, you fainted too early, so you didn't see his performance. He wasn't even afraid of the flying flame lion. With him around, their chances of winning will be higher. Xueqi explained. He can kill the flying flame lion. Night Demon finally spoke again. She seemed to be very surprised. Could it be a cub? Miss Night Demon must be joking. If it was a cub, how could it cause such a large-scale beast tide? That's a terrifying existence at the peak of the Dan realm. It's all thanks to your brother, Ghost Sword, and Yu Qiong from the Yu family. With the help of this little brother, we were able to kill the flying flame lion. Xueqi explained. Brother actually killed the flying flame lion. Night Demon directly ignored Ling Xiao and Yu Qiong. In her opinion, if there was someone in this Fengdu demonic forest who could kill the flying flame lion, it would definitely be her brother, Ghost Sword. It was impossible for others. All right, I'm not here to listen to your nonsense. What's the matter? Just say it. I'm very busy right now. Ling Xiao said with a frown. He still had to hurry on his way. He wasn't here to listen to these people bragging. Kid, you've become a hero because of Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong. Do you not put us in your eyes? Yuan Meng said coldly. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Brother Yuan Meng, why bother with a frog at the bottom of a well? Don't be angry, don't be angry. The girl in green held Yuan Meng's arm and persuaded. Xueqi frowned. He also felt that Ling Xiao was a bit too arrogant. Night Demon was proud. She was the disciple of the Devil Emperor. What did he have to be proud of? But in order for the next operation to go smoothly, he suppressed his anger and said, It's like this, brother. If we walk forward from here, we will pass through the most terrifying area of the Thunder Mountain. That is the territory of the Thunder Demon race. Brother, if you team up with me, your chances of passing will be higher, right? This is called helping each other. Thunder Demon race. Ling Xiao had never heard of this race. It's actually the demon race. It's just that after being tempered by the demon thunder for many years, these demons have the ability to control demon thunder. Their strength is very terrifying. It's a very special race on the Thunder Mountain. The human demon race had wanted to rope them in before, but they failed. They were beaten very badly. Of course, that's because there was no human demon king. In the Dong Sheng Emperor ring, Qi Niming answered. This brother really knew a lot. Team up with them. With them, you can avoid a lot of trouble. At least ordinary martial artists won't dare to find trouble with you. Qi Niming suggested. Ling Xiao also had the same intention, so he didn't directly refuse. Okay, we can team up. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Brother, how should I address you? Xueqi asked, A small character, not worth mentioning. My surname is Ling. Ling Xiao said indifferently, What arrogance! I asked for your name, and you only said your surname. Humph, forget it. No one cares what your name is anyway. Yuan Meng snorted and said, All right, Xueqi, let's go. Yu Feng, and the others have already gone. Let's go, Brother Ling, follow me. Xueqi didn't have any good intentions in recruiting Ling Xiao. At the crucial moment, using Ling Xiao as cannon fodder was the best choice. After all, no one knew what they would encounter on the way. The situation might be very complicated. Ling Xiao was well aware of these people's thoughts. He didn't bother to say more. He walked at the back alone and opened his Tai Chi eye to observe the surroundings. At the crucial moment, he would release Qi Yaoguang, Black Pearl, Hei Ming, and Qi Niming, and they could all kill those people in front. Of course, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to kill. If the other party was fine, then he would pretend nothing had happened. After the flower field, it was a dense forest. However, compared to the forest in front, there were traces of lightning everywhere. Even a rabbit that was suddenly startled and ran away was surrounded by lightning. The sharp aura made one's skin feel very uncomfortable. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. His body now had a part of the demonic Thunderjade's power, and he had the ability to resist evil lightning. Something like evil lightning was even beneficial to him. Evil lightning could stimulate the demonic Thunderjade to release more power. End of this chapter. Chapter 4155. Along the way, Night Demon was basically walking in the dark. Her movement skill was similar to Ling Xiao's shadow warrior form. But under the Tai Chi, everything was exposed. She didn't talk much, and her personality was similar to Ghost Sword. Perhaps in her heart, Ghost Sword wasn't just her brother. He was her idol. Xue Li followed behind her vigilantly, observing the surrounding situation. Yuan Meng and the girl in green were chatting. It seemed like this couple had a good relationship, but they would laugh from time to time, which made people frown. They knew how dangerous this place was, but they were still laughing as if no one was around. It was hard to tell if they were idiots or just daring, but it did make it easier for Ling Xiao to communicate with the 4 people in the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Your demon emperor really knows how to have fun. The cannibal bees are already so terrifying, and now there are even human demons. I think this Thunder Demon tribe is even more terrifying than the human demons. Aren't you angry at the demon emperor for testing you? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Angry? Of course not. The demon emperor is our supreme being. Naturally, he had his reasons for doing so. Besides, the heavenly devil epiphyllum is too important in order to break through to the divine physique realm. Almost all cultivators need the heavenly devil epiphyllum's guidance. In the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, I've never heard of any cultivator who didn't use the heavenly devil epiphyllum when breaking through to the divine physique realm. It's such a precious item. If we can get it so easily, who will we give it to? This is the only way to test you. Qi Niming explained, I've read about the Thunder Demon tribe's strength in the ancient records. I don't think they can be compared to the human demons, because the strongest warrior in the Thunder Demon tribe is only at the perfect heavenly core realm. None of them are at the extreme core realm. Most of the Thunder Demon tribe members are at the 6th and 7th level of the divine core realm. We can still deal with them. Also, there aren't many of them. There are only around 30,000 of them. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of geniuses, it's just a small number. Thunder Demon Tribe. They are demons who have merged with the power of demon lightning. Their combat strength might be even more terrifying than a beast warrior from the beast realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Actually, he didn't hold any grudges against the Thunder Demon Tribe. As long as the other party didn't attack him, he couldn't be bothered to kill. His great ambition was to unify the profound world and restore the coexistence of 10,000 races. Therefore, be it the demon race or the beast race, they were all intelligent races. There was still room for negotiation. He did not have to be killed. Of course, If they dared to make a move on him and infuriate him, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. In that case, he would not show any mercy. He would even kill humans, let alone demons. Suddenly, Night Demon revealed his figure ahead and said coldly, "There's a situation." Ling Xiao looked ahead. There were more than 10 corpses in the area where the Taiji I had locked onto, and they were all hung on the trees. The scene was somewhat frightening. If a newbie who had never seen the world saw this scene, he would probably be scared to the point of incontinence. Despicable Thunder Demon Clan. This method is too vicious. It was one thing to kill people, but to actually hang these martial artists as specimens. They were all drained of blood. What a miserable death. Xue Feiqi gritted his teeth. "Don't touch them." Seeing that Xue Fei was about to put down the corpses, Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "What happened?" "There's a trap," Ling Xiao reminded. "There's no trap. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense." Yuan Meng said disdainfully, "You're the one whose bullsh * ting. There is indeed a problem." Night Demon didn't notice the problem at first. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she took a closer look. She found that there was an explosive talisman placed in each of the corpses. Once touched, it would cause a series of explosions. Even a heavenly core warrior wouldn't be able to withstand such power. What a cunning Thunder Demon Clan. Xue Fei was startled. The more cunning they are, the more they use such tricks, the more it shows that they are not confident in their own strength. Night Demon sneered and ordered everyone to retreat. Then she waved her hand. A cold light passed through a dozen corpses. Terrifying explosions sounded more than a dozen times in a row. The trees in the area were all blown to pieces. Seeing this, Yuan Meng was stunned. He glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, feeling that Ling Xiao had embarrassed him. But in fact, Ling Xiao didn't even bother to talk to him. He had seen too many people like him. Won't such an explosion attract the Thunder Demon Clan? Xue Fei was worried. That's why I want them to come. Night Demon smiled devilishly, and then quietly disappeared into the darkness. Since the Thunder Demon Clan had set such a trap, they would definitely come to check it out. When the explosion sounded, the first thing the Thunder Demon Clan thought of was that a prey had taken the bait. At least, they would send someone to check it out. At that time, as long as they caught this guy, they might be able to find the Thunder Demon Clan's nest. This was Night Demon's idea. Ling Xiao instantly understood, so he also disappeared into the darkness. The other 3 weren't stupid either. They all hid. They didn't wait long. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught a figure. It wasn't a human warrior. It wasn't a human demon either. It should be the Thunder Demon Clan. The Thunder Demon Clan was actually a collective name. Among them, there were rabbit demons, cat demons, wolf demons, etc. The only thing they had in common was that they all had demonic lightning. This time, it was a cat demon. In the dense forest, it was extremely fast, and it was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an afterimage. Early Heavenly Core Realm. Ling Xiao confirmed this cat demon's strength. He wasn't going to fight. If he fought with an early Heavenly Core cat demon, he would expose a lot of things he shouldn't. After all, there were many people here who were stronger than him. He would just let them deal with it. As for himself, he would just hide for now. He's here. Night Demon was indeed the strongest of these people. Soon, he discovered the enemy's presence. I'll deal with him. Without waiting for Night Demon to attack, Xue Feiqi jumped out. This guy is pretty active when fighting. Did I misunderstand him? Ling Xiao glanced at Xue Feiqi. He had a subtle feeling in his heart. But what was subtle about it? He couldn't tell. But since Xue Feiqi said he would attack with Night Demon's pride, he wouldn't fight for the kill. As for Yuan Meng and the girl in green, they wouldn't do it either. These two didn't plan to attack at all. The cat demon's body was very agile. His body was slender. This made it easy for him to move with great agility. His head looked like a cat's, but his body was closer to a human's. He had an agile tail that allowed him to hang from the tree at will. Right now, he was standing on the tree, looking down at Xue Feiqi coldly. He had a disdainful expression on his face. He looked around and said with surprise, "I didn't expect you to see through our plan." "Just a small trick," Xue Feiqi said arrogantly. Then he turned into a blood-red beam and charged towards the cat demon. The cat demon didn't show any signs of weakness. He also charged towards Xue Feiqi. End of chapter. Chapter 4156. The cat demon's hands turned into sharp claws. In the dim environment, they were still shining with the luster of thunder and lightning. The Thunder Goblin clan was indeed powerful. Not only did they have the terrifying physical body of the Goblin clan, but they also had the characteristics of Goblin thunder. Speed, strength, and physical strength were all there. And their cultivation did not lose to Xue Feiqi at all. The only thing weaker than Xue Feiqi was probably their martial soul. The Thunder Goblin clan did not seem to have a martial soul. What they relied on was their physical bodies and the power of lightning. The Goblin clan was the same as the Beast clan. In their beast form, they were the most terrifying. But in their beast form, they could not use martial skills and could only rely on their physical strength and innate skills. Their fighting style was too monotonous and easy to be restrained. And in their beast and demon forms, although their physical strength would be greatly weakened, but they could use martial skills that only humans could use. Their bodies also became more flexible. If they really fought, it was hard to say which form was stronger. It could only be said that each had their own merits. The Thunder Goblin clan's cat demon had just started fighting and suppressed Xue Feiqi. It forced Xue Feiqi to use his martial soul. Xue Feiqi's martial soul was extremely special. It turned out to be a pool of blood. This pool of blood was very strange. Not only could it transform into a blood snake to attack, but it also had a powerful corrosive effect. It could suck the enemy in. After using his martial soul, Xue Feiqi gradually turned the tables. The cat demon's advantage was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, he suddenly turned around and ran. Despicable humans. You just like to bully others with numbers. But you will definitely die in this forest. Just you wait. His cry came from afar. Xue Feiqi had already chased after him. Aren't you going to chase after him? Xue Feiqi is alone. If he falls into the trap of the Thunder Goblin clan, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive. Ling Xiao walked out of the darkness and looked at the other three indifferently. Shut up. You trash. Who allowed you to speak? You can't help at all and still dare to talk nonsense. A mere goblin clan is as stupid as pigs and dogs. You can even set a trap. Yuan Meng said disdainfully. Pa! Suddenly, Ling Zhao's figure flashed and slapped Yuan Meng's face. His cold fingertips drew a bloody mark on Yuan Meng's throat. Try saying that again. He had a bad temper. Yuan Meng had provoked him time and time again. So how could he swallow this humiliation? Let me go. Yuan Meng shouted in horror. In that instant just now, Ling Zhao's speed was simply too fast. Although he wouldn't die even if his throat was pierced, he would definitely be seriously injured. That would be too unpleasant. Let him go. The green-clothed woman urged the dark green flame and coldly looked at Ling Xiao as she spoke. Slap yourself 10 times. Slap yourself once. Say that you're wrong once, and I'll let you go. Facing the threat of the woman in green, Ling Xiao was not moved at all. That woman I dare to guarantee. I can kill him before your flames touch me. Despicable brat, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. What's the point of a sneak attack? Yuan Meng roared. Pa! Ling Xiao slapped him again and said coldly, Try saying that again. Night Demon stood there as if he did not see what was happening here. Why should she care if the ants were making a ruckus over there? Kneel down. Ling Xiao kicked Yuan Meng's elbow and said coldly, Brat, you're courting death. I'm from the Red Robe sect. How dare you touch me? Yuan Meng was still showing off. Too much bullshit. Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand and was about to chop off Yuan Meng's arm. But he was stopped by the green-clothed woman. Needless to say, the green-clothed woman was very strong. If Ling Xiao fought one-on-one, if he didn't use his martial soul or some other special ability, he wouldn't be able to defeat either of them. Get lost. The devilish flame talisman was unleashed. A ball of devilish flame shot out from the talisman, scaring the green-clothed woman and forcing her to take a few steps back. A divine rank Heavenly King talisman was powerful enough to kill an early Heavenly Core warrior. So, you have this kind of treasure on you. No wonder you're so arrogant. Fine, Brother Yuan Meng, just do as he says. I can't save you. The green-clothed woman was very smart. Looking at the situation, she knew it was hopeless to save Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng's face turned red, but if he had to choose between living and losing face, he would definitely choose to live. Therefore, he slapped himself 10 times in the face. He also shouted, I'm sorry, 10 times. Remember what you just said. If you still dare to act recklessly after I let you go, I'll kill you. No matter what you do next time, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao let go of Yuan Meng, and in an instant, he reappeared 10 meters away from Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng was not a weakling. He had to be careful, but Yuan Meng was very obedient. He didn't act recklessly, although a hint of hatred flashed through his eyes. But this guy had become more obedient than before. That's good. Ling Xiao sneered. He stood there and waited for Xue Feiqi to finish. What the hell was Xue Feiqi doing? Judging from the interaction just now, he didn't seem like an impulsive guy. Why did he chase after Yuan Meng alone? Ling Xiao's heart was beating like a drum. He had a feeling that this whole thing was a conspiracy, but he couldn't tell what kind of conspiracy it was. His eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. No matter how powerful the conspiracy was, it was not as good as powerful strength. Thinking of this, he simply closed his eyes and waited silently. Not long after, Xue Feiqi came back, and he seemed to be injured. What's going on? Yuan Meng asked. Don't mention it. We were ambushed. Damn it. I didn't expect the Thunder Goblin clan to play dirty, but I still escaped. And I'll tell everyone a piece of good news. I found the lair of the Thunder Goblin clan. I don't know if you dare to go, but there are many powerhouses there. Xue Feiqi's injury was not serious. Ling Xiao took a closer look and found that he was indeed injured by the Thunder Goblin clan. But he felt that it was different from the injuries he suffered during the battle. But he didn't say it out loud. He was now sure that Xue Feiqi was plotting something. But he wasn't interested in this conspiracy at all. He was more interested in what the Thunder Goblin clan was guarding. In the Fengdu Devil Forest, there must be other treasures besides the Heavenly Devil Epiphyllum. He had already obtained the Heaven-Covering Palm and the Heavenly Devil's Heart. Presumably, other martial artists should have also obtained some unique things. This Thunder Goblin clan was such a powerful clan, so they probably had powerful items guarding them. Maybe it was not as good as the Heavenly Devil Epiphyllum, but it must be very useful. Go! Night Demon's cold voice sounded. This woman was obviously a bold person and was not afraid of any conspiracy at all. She was the same as Ling Xiao, believing in strength more. With enough strength, any conspiracy in this world could be solved. I'll go too. Yuan Meng had a stomach full of anger with Ling Xiao, and she was obviously going to vent it all on the Thunder Goblin clan. If Big Brother, Yuan Meng, wants to go, then I'll go too. The green-clothed woman said, Brother Ling, what about you? Xue Feiqi smiled and said, If you are afraid, you cannot go. I won't force you on this matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 4157. Why don't we go? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. As for whether they would attack or not, that was another matter altogether. There was nothing wrong with going and taking a look. What if the heavenly devil blooming Sirius was there? Or perhaps other precious treasures would appear. All right, let's go then. A cruel look flashed across Xue Feiqi's eyes, but no one noticed it. Ling Xiao didn't notice it either, but he could feel Xue Feiqi's sudden evil aura. Although it was just a flash, he could clearly capture it. The five of them set off again. This time, their speed was very fast because Xue Feiqi had already been to the Thunder Goblin tribe's nest. Naturally, he was familiar with the way. Along the way, they saw many traps set by the Thunder Goblin tribe. Most of them used the corpses of warriors as bait. This caused Ling Xiao's brows to furrow even more, although he yearned for the profound world that was unified by all races. But he was a human after all. The way the Thunder Goblin tribe treated human warriors made him very disgusted. Killing on the battlefield was inevitable, but after killing, they still humiliated them. This was too much. While the five of them were on their way, they were also ambushed by the Thunder Goblin tribe. But they were all killed by Yi Mei alone. Yi Mei's strength was very strong. Ling Xiao speculated that she might be stronger than Yufeng, but she should only be at the peak heavenly core realm. Compared to Gui Jian, she was far weaker. From the beginning to the end, he didn't make a move, because there was no need to. Yi Mei alone could kill all the Thunder Goblin tribe they encountered. She was much better than Xue Feiqi. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the front. It was a woman's scream. Ling Xiao frowned. It looked like another martial artist had met with misfortune. That's one of the Thunder Goblin tribe's nests. Xue Feiqi said, Let's go. Yi Mei didn't even think and rushed out. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. Although this woman was strong, she was too reckless. Sometimes her strong strength would become a means for others to use against her. But since Yi Mei had already rushed out, they could not follow. Xue Feiqi, Yuan Meng, and the woman in green followed. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, sank into the darkness and took on the form of a shadow warrior. Where's that guy? When they arrived outside the Thunder Goblin tribe's nest, Xue Feiqi suddenly realized that Ling. He could not help but ask, Don't bother about him. Let's go in. Yuan Meng said Yuan Meng. He only dared to mutter a few words when Ling Xiao was not around. Previously, Ling Xiao's performance had really frightened him. Tiwi, Xue Feiqi whispered. The lair of the Thunder Demon tribe was more like a cave. If he hadn't seen Thunder Goblin guarding outside, it would have been hard to confirm. At this moment, in the cave, a woman was kneeling there in fear. He stared blankly at the corpse of his companion on the ground. Both of them were peak 6th Divine Core warriors. The only reason they entered this place was to search for treasures. In the beginning, they were quite lucky as they didn't encounter any Thunder Goblins. But when they reached the depths of the cave, they were surrounded by the Thunder Goblin tribe. The man had been killed. The woman was completely dumbfounded. But the Thunder Goblins didn't kill her. They dragged the woman into one of the forks and disappeared. The cave became quiet once again. We're not waiting anymore. Let's go. Outside the cave, the woman's scream caused Yi Mei to furrow her brows. She dashed into the cave. Xue Feiqi, Yuan Meng, and the woman in green didn't dare delay. They quickly followed her. After all, Night Demon was the strongest amongst them. Following Night Demon was obviously safer. It was pitch black inside the tunnel, but there would be a bright soul stone lamp in every place they passed. This lamp consumed soul stones to light up the cave, and it was very effective. The four of them were walking carefully, but Yi Mei was walking too fast. Soon, she disappeared in front of Xue Feiqi and the other two. Damn, this woman is drunk. Xue Feiqi cursed in annoyance. Right at this moment, he suddenly heard some rustling noises. He quickly turned around. When they came in, they didn't see any thunder goblins. If there were any thunder goblins following them in, they should be able to sense it. But the rustling noises obviously came from behind them. No way. Could it be that we've been tricked? Yuan Meng turned around as well. Her expression darkened. Watch out. Right at this moment, the woman in green suddenly shouted. A figure suddenly jumped out from the wall. He thrust his sword at Yuan Meng. Luckily, the woman in green reminded her, and Yuan Meng quickly blocked the attack with her sword. She barely blocked the attack, but more and more thunder goblins walked out from the wall. What's going on? The three of them were startled. Damn it, we've been tricked by these demons, Xue Feiqi said with a frown. Luckily, the strongest thunder goblin is only a peak 6th heavenly core warrior. He's no match for us, so it'll be easy to deal with him. Yuan Meng observed the strength of these thunder goblins. Although there were a lot of them, nearly 100 of them, they weren't strong. Is that so? You stupid humans, do you really think the Thunder Goblin tribe is weak? A rough voice sounded out from the tunnel. 10 figures blocked Xue Feiqi and the others' path of retreat. These 10 guys were much stronger than the 100 cannon fodders. The strongest one was a late 8th heavenly core warrior. Although he wasn't the strongest existence in the Thunder Goblin tribe, he was still one of the strongest. Furthermore, the combat strength of a demon was much stronger than a human warrior at the same cultivation level. Therefore, even Yi Mei might not be able to defeat this guy. Among the other 9 Thunder Goblins, 8 of them were perfect Earth Core warriors, and 2 were early Heavenly Core warriors. All of them were pretty strong. This gave Xue Feiqi and the other 2 great pressure. The profound world belongs to us, the Demon King. It's the human king who took over our land. Therefore, all of you humans should die. The leader of the Thunder Goblins was a Thunder Lion. It had the head of a lion, and it looked very ferocious. Its body was covered in lightning, and anyone could tell that it wasn't easy to defeat it. Where did these guys come from? Even now, Yuan Meng and the others still didn't understand. They had been very careful when they came in, but they still fell into the trap. Right at this moment, on the other side, Yi Mei had retreated. Following behind her was another group of Thunder Goblins. It wasn't because she couldn't defeat these Thunder Goblins. She was just worried about the safety of her companions. This woman looked cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. She was a nice person. Those below the 7th Heavenly Core realm stepped back. The leader of the Thunder Lions ordered. He knew that although there were only 4 humans, they were all very strong. Although they were only 4 humans, they were very strong. If he sent his men to fight them, they would just die in vain. Therefore, he decided to send out his elites to deal with these guys. That woman, I'll deal with her. After saying that, he chose Yi Mei. The Thunder Lions could tell that Yi Mei was the strongest amongst the 4, so of course he would choose her. End of this chapter. Chapter 4158. A bunch of demon beasts. How dare you look down on us humans? Fine, who dares to fight me? Yuan Meng was almost killed by Ling Xiao, and now She was surrounded by thunder demons. She was really angry. She wanted to vent her anger. The one who spoke was a thunder demon with a wolf head. He rubbed his palms together and suddenly dashed towards Yuan Meng. I'll kill him then. The one who spoke was the cat demon they encountered earlier. He looked at Xue Feiqi and immediately charged towards him. As for the girl in green, she was surrounded by the remaining 7 perfect Earth Core Thunder Demons. When it came to women, they would only capture them, but not kill them, because they had other uses for women. The battle had begun, but no one knew where Ling Xiao had gone. Ling Xiao was actually in the cave. When he entered, he noticed that there was a cave under each of the energy stone lamps. The cave was hidden under the lamps. Therefore, he couldn't see it. It was easy to miss it. Ling Xiao checked the tunnels near the cave, but he didn't find any thunder demons. There was nothing good here. This made him feel disappointed. Just as he was about to continue moving forward, he suddenly heard the sound of a battle. He transformed back into his shadow warrior form and walked over. A group of thunder demons had blocked the entrance and exit of the tunnel. Right now, Yi Mei and the others were fighting. On the other hand, Night Demon was pretty strong. He was locked in a fierce fight with the late 8th Divine Core Thunder Lion. No one was able to do anything to the other. Xue Feiqi and the Cat Demon were on par with each other, and this had been proven before. Although Yuan Meng talked a lot and didn't respect Ling Xiao, she was still strong. But he had to admit that this genius from the Red Robe sect did have some skills. Although the Thunder Demon had suppressed him, he couldn't defeat him. Also, during the battle, it seemed like Yuan Meng was learning and becoming stronger. Perhaps the girl in green was the most unlucky one. The martial skill taught by Lu Luo wasn't suitable for fighting. It was more suitable for supporting. It didn't have any powerful martial skills. Even the Jade Flame was used to save people. Being besieged by 7 perfect Earth Core stage Thunder Beasts, she was in great danger. If not for his strength, he would have died long ago. But if this continued, it was only a matter of time before she was killed. These thunder demons are blocking the entrance. I'm afraid I can't pass through directly. Although the shadow dancer form could pass through objects, even people, it was impossible for it to pass through them. But there were limits to that. If he transmigrated too many times at once, he would reveal himself. Let's just kill our way over. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed himself. He punched into the Thunder Goblin group. The sky was filled with corpses. He had no sympathy for Thunder Demon. Just now, in the forked cave, he saw a scene that would make any human angry. Abused women begged him to kill them because they were used as tools for Thunder Demon to vent his anger. They were even treated as breeding machines. After the demon race cultivated into a human form, they possessed the ability to combine with humans. However, demonic chi would greatly shorten a human's lifespan. In order to expand their scale, the Thunder Demon clan actually learned from Gorlin Mo. Such a disgusting creature. How could Ling Xiao sympathize with them? Seeing Ling Xiao appear, Xue Feiqi furrowed his brows. But the woman in green, Yuan Meng, and Night Demon were all delighted. No one would reject the arrival of a helper. Deal with that woman. Send one of you to deal with that young man. As the leader, Lei Shi could easily tell Ling Xiao's strength. Peak 6 Divine Core Realm. He was nothing to worry about. But judging from Ling Xiao's performance just now, perhaps his combat strength had reached the 7th Divine Core Realm. Therefore, he sent out a Peak 7th Divine Core Thunder Demon to deal with Ling Xiao. He thought it was more than enough. This Thunder Demon had the head of a human but the body of a snake. He could also control lightning. A human who is here to die? With your weak body, what can you do? The snake demon looked at Ling Xiao. with disdain. He felt that the Vice Clan chief was looking down on him. Why did he arrange such a trash opponent for him? But since it was the Vice Clan chief's order, he couldn't disobey the order. As he spoke, his body had already darted out and wrapped around Ling Xiao. That idiot! Night Demon smiled bitterly. When Ling Xiao entered the battlefield just now, his performance was pretty cool, but now he was back to his original form. He was wrapped around by this snake demon. This snake demon had a terrifying strength, and once he was wrapped around by it, he would definitely be strangled to death. Ha 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 ha, I'll strangle you, puny human. The snake demon was excited as well. After killing you, I have more important things to do. Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't we have some fun? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Night Demon furrowed her brows. She didn't understand Ling Xiao at all. How could he still laugh at a time like this? Idiot, weren't you very strong when you fought me just now? Why did you suddenly become trash? Yuan Meng couldn't help but roar out. He was hoping that after Ling Xiao killed the snake demon, he would go over and help him. He was currently being suppressed by the thunder demon. Although he wouldn't be defeated, he still felt uncomfortable. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll kill you right now, Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't brag. You can't even protect yourself now, and you still want to kill me? Yuan Meng said disdainfully. Can't protect myself? Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly opened his mouth to bite the snake demon. F***CK, is this human crazy? How dare you compare your teeth with ours? The next moment, the snake demon let out a shrill scream. The snake skin on his body had been bitten off. A piece of snake meat was bitten and blood flowed out. It was so painful that he saw stars. I'll kill you. The snake demon bit harder and opened his mouth to bite Ling Xiao. Once my poisonous fangs bite you, you will be paralyzed. You will be immediately paralyzed and unable to move. Finally, you will die slowly. You will die in the most painful torture. Really? Ling Xiao spat out the flesh in his mouth. It's really disgusting. Sure enough, it's better to cook snake meat. It's not good to eat raw. Crack! At this moment, the snake demon had bitten Ling Xiao, but that feeling was as if he had bitten on a piece of heavenly iron. His poisonous fangs were actually broken. F***CK, what is this guy's body made of? Why is it so abnormal? The snake demon was frightened. He finally realized that he might have underestimated this guy in front of him. It's too late to know that I'm abnormal. Ling Xiao suddenly let out a roar, releasing a terrifying power. The pitiful snake demon was directly broken into several pieces. In the end, it was burned to ashes by the flames. This scene left everyone dumbstruck. To be honest, Night Demon and Xue Feiqi did not put Ling Xiao in their eyes at the beginning. They only invited Ling Xiao to join them because they felt that there was one more person and one more strength. Thunderous Lion Vice Patriarch did not take Ling Xiao seriously either, so he sent a perfect Earth Core stage warrior to deal with Ling Xiao, who knew that he would be killed instantly. End of chapter. Chapter 4159. The snake demon was sent flying away. Its body was broken into pieces, and it was burned into ashes by the flame. Ling Xiao lightly flicked the dust off his body. Then he threw a disdainful glance at the thunder demon, who was feared by everyone. He was able to win against a demon in terms of strength and body. He was probably the weirdest of the weirdest. The few people who were fighting over there didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. All of them suddenly stopped. This gave Yuan Meng and the girl in green a chance to catch their breath. Damn it! Leave 2 of you to deal with that girl. The rest of you, go and deal with that guy. The Thunder Lion was obviously angry. He also realized how frightening Ling Xiao was. Therefore, He only left 2 perfect Earth Core Thunder Demons to deal with the girl in green. The rest of the 4 Thunder Demons leapt towards Ling Xiao. In his mind, Ling Xiao's threat had surpassed the girl in green. TSK, I don't have time to waste with you. Bang! After knocking away countless Thunder Demons, Ling Xiao ran deeper into the cave. He was here to search for treasures, not to fight. Because the Thunder Demons were blocking his path, he was forced to reveal himself. Now, he had to continue his treasure-hunting journey. Chase! The 4 perfect Earth Core Thunder Demons chased after him like crazy. The deeper part of the cave was where their real nest was. The old, weak women and children of the Thunder Demons lived there. And, of course, their most important breeding machine. They couldn't let Ling Xiao destroy it. That's great. I can finally relax. Seeing Ling Xiao leaving with the 4 Thunder Demons, the girl in green let out a sigh of relief. She had been suppressed by the Thunder Demons for half a day, but she was still able to deal with 2 perfect Earth Core Thunder Demons. She even had the upper hand. No matter what, she was an early Heavenly Core warrior. She couldn't embarrass herself. Yuan Meng felt a bit depressed. He was hoping that Ling Xiao would help him after dealing with those Thunder Demons. But now, Ling Xiao had left. F***CK. Didn't that mean that he had to face this terrifying Thunder Wolf Goblin alone? This Thunder Wolf Goblin was probably the strongest after the Thunder Lion. He was even stronger than Xue Feiqi's opponent, the Cat Demon. Not only was he extremely strong, but he was also extremely fast. If he, Yuan Meng, had not grasped some powerful martial skills, he would have long been torn to pieces by this guy. Damn it! How annoying! He looked back and saw that the 4 Thunder Demons were chasing him closely. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown, and simply stopped. This was someone else's territory, and he was unfamiliar with the place. It would not be easy to get rid of these 4 people. It would be better to kill 3 of them first, and leave one as a guide later. Thinking of this, he suddenly stomped on the ground and rushed towards the 4 lightning demons. The Thunder Demons were originally very fast, but they did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly change direction. It was too late to stop. Boom! One of the Thunder Beasts collided heavily with Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao had already entered the beast soul transformation of the everlasting heavenly rat. His sharp claws pierced through the dantian of the Thunder Demon. Like human martial artists, the monster race could cultivate their inner cores. It was just that their inner cores were called monster cores. It was not the same as the crystal cores of monster beasts. Kacha! The monster core shattered, and energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body. That guy actually dared to absorb our monster chi. Isn't he afraid of going insane? The other 3 Thunder Demons looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, and they were all very confused. The next moment, Ling Xiao told them with practical actions that he was fine. Not to mention monster chi. Ling Xiao could absorb any kind of energy. His tyrannical sky martial spirit was no joke. Transform. This kid is not easy to deal with. Seeing the situation, the remaining 3 demon race knew that they had encountered trouble. The human in front of them was more terrifying than they imagined. While talking, the 3 demon race's bodies were wrapped in shining lightning. Their bodies were changing. A black panther, a pangolin, and a giant bat. These were the true forms of the 3 demon race's demons. Because the cave wasn't big, after transforming, their bodies weren't that big. At most, they were 2 meters long. If they became too big, moving around in the cave would be a problem, let alone fighting. But don't underestimate them just because of their small size. After transforming into their demon beast form, the combat strength of these demon race's demons had increased tremendously. Although these 3 demon race's demons were not at the early heavenly core realm, they were at least at the early heavenly core realm. But when they worked together, their combat strength was at the early heavenly core realm. They could definitely pose a threat to Ling Xiao. Do you think you're the only ones who know how to transform? Do you really think Daddy can't transform? Ling Xiao sneered. He had also transformed into his complete beast form. He had transformed into the infinite heavenly rat. A pair of wings that looked like blades appeared behind his back. His sharp claws and teeth were shining with a cold light. His body wasn't big either, but his overall combat strength was skyrocketing under normal circumstances. Ling Xiao didn't want to transform into this form. It was too ugly. But when facing a demon race, he didn't have to worry about that. Roar. A horrifying roar sounded out. When he flapped his wings, the sand and rocks in the cave were blown away, creating loud, rumbling noises. And this was because Ling Xiao had controlled his strength. If not, the cave would have collapsed. After transforming into a complete beast form, my strength and speed have increased tremendously, allowing me to defeat an early heavenly core warrior with just my body. But I can't use any martial skills or secret skills. This is a small flaw. But if I can solve this problem with my body, why should I use any martial skills or secret skills? Let's just do it. Ling Xiao could feel how terrifying his combat strength was when he transformed into this form. Within his terrifying body, there was a killing intent that even the demon race was terrified of. Don't be afraid. He's only good-looking but useless. Let's do it. The demon race was always confident in their bodies. They felt that even if a human transformed into their appearance, it would be useless. The 3 thunder demons turned into 3 lightning bolts and leapt towards Ling Xiao. They opened their bloody mouths and sharp claws, trying to bite and devour Ling Xiao. Along the way, the lightning bolts shattered all the rocks on the ground. They were all turned into dust. Don't underestimate these demonic lightning bolts. They were very powerful. The reason why Yuan Meng was having a hard time fighting the Thunder Wolf was because of these demonic lightning bolts. If not, she wouldn't have been in such a disadvantageous position. But these lightning bolts were nothing to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body unleashed a blood-red murderous aura. Although he was only a meter tall, the terrifying murderous aura made him look like a human being. But the murderous aura seemed to have occupied the entire cave. It was like a devil that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years had suddenly awakened. The 3 demon race warriors were so scared that they stopped in midair. Ling Xiao didn't care if they were scared or not. He let out a loud roar and shot out like a cannonball. Crack! His claws easily crushed the bodies of 2 demon race warriors. The flames burned their bodies at the same time, and the energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body through his arms. The remaining Black Panther turned around and ran. End of chapter. Chapter 4160. Black Panther was scared. He had to escape. The 3 of them joined forces, and 2 of them were easily killed. What hope was there for them to win? However, before Black Panther could run 10 meters, Ling Xiao's claws grabbed his neck and pressed him to the ground. His whole body was paralyzed, and he couldn't resist at all. Buzz. Ling Xiao returned to his original body and opened the demonic eye. Black Panther immediately fell into an illusion, thinking that it was Thunder Lion in front of him. Deputy Patriarch, quickly kill that kid. He went deep into the nest. Let's chase him together. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Poor Black Panther didn't realize that he had fallen into an illusion. After all, his soul power was too far away from Ling Xiao's soul power. Following Black Panther, they finally arrived at the Thunder Goblin Clan's nest. Ling Xiao easily killed Black Panther. This guy naturally couldn't be left alive. It was already merciful that he didn't torture the corpses of these guys. In the Thunder Goblin Clan's nest, there were many old, weak women and children. Well, they could be considered old, weak women, and children. But these guys couldn't be sympathized with at all. At this moment, they were whipping the female warriors who had been captured. They were extremely happy. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He simply released the undying bird's fire and burned this place down. Under the ashes, only the treasures could be left. The sins and insults all disappeared at this moment. The second half of the heaven-covering palm, there was only a small piece of metal in the ashes. It recorded the words behind the heaven-covering palm. So what I cultivated was actually a defective product. The real heaven-covering palm is called the heaven-covering palm. Its power is much stronger than the heaven-covering palm. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, held the small piece of metal in his hand, and absorbed the memory inside. But it wasn't destroyed. Such a powerful martial art would become a treasure of the Scarlet Sun Kingdom in the future. If he was the only one who became strong, the Scarlet Sun Kingdom would never be considered strong. Ling Xiao didn't go back to help. This group was only a temporary group. No one had any good intentions. If he wanted to help, he would only help Night Demon. Night Demon was worth helping. As for the other three, who knew what kind of scheme Xue Feiqi was plotting, he was simply a schemer. Yuan Meng was not a good person either. He was extremely arrogant and even spoke rudely to him. He had already given him a lot of face by not killing him. As for the woman in green, she was Yuan Meng's woman, so she couldn't be saved either. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the flames, absorbing the demonic aura around him. At the same time, he was cultivating the heaven-covering palm seal. Once the heaven-covering great palm imprint was cultivated to the beginner level, it was already a peak 8th level emperor grade martial skill. Moreover, its destructive power was even more terrifying than a peak 8th order emperor grade martial skill. Compared to the previous heaven-covering palm, it was much more powerful and had a much larger area of effect. About half an hour later, Ling Xiao stopped cultivating. He activated his Taiji eye and looked into the distance. The battle over there had also come to an end. Vice Patriarch Lei Shi was heavily injured by Yi Mei and had no choice but to order the Thunder Goblin clan to retreat. Moreover, the fluctuations coming from the depths of the cave had already told him the breeding machines that the Thunder Demon clan had worked so hard to raise were destroyed. Even the old, weak women and children were all killed. This place became a meaningless place. It was useless for them to stay. Night Demon and the others did not chase after them. After seeing the Thunder Demon clan retreat, they searched the depths of the cave. Originally, it was difficult to find the deepest part of the nest, but at this time, the flames were rolling and thick smoke was dense. They easily found Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, where's the thing you found? Xue Feiqi frowned and asked, What thing? I only found some poor women who were tortured beyond recognition. They begged me to give them relief. As for those thunder demons who humiliated them, they have all been killed by me. What else do you want? Ling Xiao looked at Xue Feiqi indifferently and said, Among these people, the only one he was afraid of was Night Demon. He was not afraid of the other three, although it was very difficult to defeat them, but it was not impossible to win. Don't play dumb. I didn't ask you that. Where is the treasure? Xue Feiqi roared. I don't understand what treasure you are talking about. Ling Xiao stood up and glanced at Xue Feiqi indifferently. Then he looked at Night Demon and said, You are a good girl, so I will remind you, some people are not good people. Well, that's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he lifted his foot and walked out of the cave. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, and there was more than one exit of this cave. Humph, if you don't hand over the treasure today, don't think about leaving. Yuan Meng, this reckless thing, walked out again. She seemed to have forgotten the previous scene. The woman in green stood closely beside him this time, guarding against him, because they all knew that Ling Xiao's strength was not ordinary. Get lost! Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly blasted out a palm. At that moment, the earth rumbled and the cave shook. A terrifying palm print enveloped the entire mountain path. Heaven-covering palm print. Facing this terrifying palm wind, Yuan Meng and the woman in green hurriedly urged their true essence to resist. A gust of wind blew past, and Ling Xiao took the opportunity to slip away. Boom! Under the heaven-covering palm print, Yuan Meng and the woman in green were blown to pieces. Fortunately, their Naiden was not damaged. Otherwise, they would really die. What a terrifying palm skill! A shocked expression emerged in Night Demon's eyes. That palm strike, just now, even she wouldn't dare take it head-on. These two idiots actually took the initiative to take it head-on. Although a Divine Core warrior could recover as long as his inner core wasn't broken, but their bodies were severely damaged and they were definitely seriously injured. Needless to say, the pain was unbearable. More importantly, their overall strength would decrease. Unless their injuries were completely healed, Yuan Meng and the woman in green were slowly recovering, but they were still coughing out blood, and they were extremely weak. They wanted to curse, but they suddenly remembered that they didn't know Ling Xiao's name. Ling, don't let Daddy see you again, or else I'll kill you. Yuan Meng let out a hysterical roar. But he didn't realize that just now Ling Xiao had injured him and the woman in green at the same time with a frontal attack. None of you are a match for him. Night Demon didn't give them any face at all. Not to mention all of you. Even if it was me, I would absolutely not dare to take that palm head-on. Next time, I advise you to avoid it. After witnessing the palm strike just now, Night Demon realized that she had been underestimating Ling Xiao. This handsome and sunny young man's strength was even more outstanding than his appearance. No way, I'm not his match. Xue Feiqi asked doubtfully. Of course you're not his match. Night Demon nodded her head, seriously, and said, there must be a reason why he doesn't want to tell us his name. Maybe he's the same as me. He's not from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Not from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom? Xue Feiqi fell into deep thought, but after a brief moment, he suddenly shook his head. Whatever that guy had left, he wouldn't ruin his plan, would he? I don't care how strong he is. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than the Red Robe sect. Yuan Meng said coldly. Together with the Green Luo sect, if I don't kill him, my surname is not Yuan. End of chapter. Chapter 4161. Night Demon did not say anything else. Looking at Yuan Meng, she felt that she was an idiot. If others dared to provoke you, would they be afraid of you? Would they be afraid of the Red Robe sect and the Lulua sect? You better pray that you don't meet Ling Xiao again. Otherwise, with your temper, you will be killed. Of course, she was too lazy to say these words because she felt that it was a complete waste of her feelings. After all, she was not familiar with this idiot. Are you really going to allow him to take away the treasure? Even if there is no demonic epiphyllum here, there must be other treasures. The demonic epiphyllum will probably end up in the hands of Ghost Sword or Yu Qiong. It's fine as long as we can get some benefits. You don't know how to stop him? Yuan Meng seemed to feel that it was not enough and said angrily, you don't have to worry about that. Xue Feiqi smiled and said, although this is a nest of the Thunder Goblin tribe, you also know that the Thunder Goblin tribe will not gather all their people in one place. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. The place I'm taking you to is somewhere else. It's just around here. If Miss Night Demon was not in a hurry to come in, I would not have followed you. What? When Yuan Meng and the green-clothed woman heard this, they felt extremely uncomfortable. They complained about Night Demon, but they did not dare to say it out loud. After all, Night Demon was too strong, and they could not afford to provoke her. They could only curse Ling Xiao behind his back. Then why are we leaving? Yuan Meng stood up and said, although he was still very weak, he was anxious to find the treasure, afraid that Ling Xiao would take the lead again. Wait a moment. With your current situation, you will only be a burden. Rest for half an hour. Xue Feiqi looked at Yuan Meng and said indifferently. Yuan Meng opened his mouth, but did not say anything in the end. Indeed, his injuries were a bit serious. Although he had elixirs, it was impossible for him to recover immediately. Half an hour later, everyone set off again. No one expected that Ling Xiao would be following far behind. How could Ling Xiao miss out on good things? The fight for the demonic epiphyllum was very difficult. Therefore, before fighting for the demonic epiphyllum, he had to get as many benefits as possible. The heaven-covering great handprint and the heavenly devil's heart were the two best things he had obtained after entering the Fengdu Devil Forest. Even if he couldn't obtain the demonic Sirius in the end, it wouldn't be considered a failure. Moreover, he really wanted to know what was going on in Xue Feiqi's head. This guy seemed to be plotting something from the beginning. However, he really didn't know what exactly he was scheming. His curiosity made him want to go and take a look. The real lair of the Thunder Goblin clan was not far from this fake lair, but it was very secretive. Its entrance was blocked by an array formation, and it looked like a complete mountain wall. It was impossible for ordinary people to find it. However, Xue Feiqi was able to find him, which made Ling Xiao suspect his identity. The Blood Spirit Church was the most mysterious force in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. At the same time, it was also the force that most resembled the human demon. Could it be that Xue Feiqi was actually a human demon? Human demons simply couldn't be seen on the surface. This was because most demi-devils possessed both human and heavenly devil bloodlines. If they retracted the power of the heavenly demon and only showed the appearance of a human, others wouldn't be able to see through it. Even Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I couldn't see through it. Of course, this was just a guess. Whether it was true or not, he still had to wait and see. Xue Feiqi walked to the hidden entrance and stuck a spirit talisman on it. With a flash of light, a mountain gate appeared out of thin air. This scene really caused Night Demon, Yuan Meng, and the woman in green to be extremely astounded. How did you do it? Yuan Meng asked in surprise. This involves the secret of our Blood Spirit Church, so I can't tell you. If you are afraid, you cannot participate in this battle. Anyway, with one less person, we'll get more treasures. Xue Feiqi said sarcastically. Just don't ask. How can I be afraid? Yuan Meng was a typical idiot, just a little provocation, and she was immediately fooled. Ling Xiao watched all this quietly and didn't come out. He knew that a good show was about to start. Night Demon, before you go in, I need to remind you that in addition to the Thunder Lion you faced before, the Thunder Goblin clan is also strong, and their patriarch is even stronger. I'm afraid you are no match for him. Do you really want to go in? Why don't you get your brother here? If Ghost Sword is involved, it will be easier. Xue Feiqi suddenly said, No need. As long as it's not an expert in the extreme core realm, I can deal with him. Night Demon said coldly. Ghost Sword was her idol and also the person she was chasing after. At this time, she was most unwilling to ask for Ghost Sword's help. All right then, Xue Feiqi sighed, but Ling Xiao clearly caught the smile at the corner of his eyes. This guy was doing it on purpose. Unfortunately, Night Demon was too proud to realize that Xue Feiqi was trying to provoke her. Woman in green, if you are afraid, stay outside and watch. If anything happens, you can inform us in time. Xue Feiqi looked at the woman in green. No need. The woman in green shook her head. I will follow wherever Brother Yuan Meng goes. All right, let's go in. Xue Feiqi walked in front. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before following in. Xue Feiqi was getting more and more mysterious. The moment he entered the cave, he suddenly felt an energy seal the entrance of the cave. There is indeed a trap. Ling Xiao turned back to look at the entrance of the cave. A terrifying force had sealed this place, turning this cave into a true secret chamber. There was simply no way to escape. Master, please break this array formation. I want to go in and take a look. Ling Xiao told the sleeping Yuan Venerate. It's just a small seal. It will be done in a few seconds. Master will tell you the method. You can break it yourself. The Yuan Venerate injected a piece of knowledge into Ling Xiao's spirit realm. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He opened his Tai Chi eye. He easily found the method to break the seal. However, he didn't try to break it. No one knew if the people inside would be alarmed after this array formation was broken. He chased after it. However, he discovered a strange situation. The lair of the Thunder Demon tribe was actually filled with corpses. The dead were all Thunder Demons. The most terrifying thing was that there were many Gorlin demons in the lair. Even the blood-spotted dove Black Barbarian and flying knife that Ling Xiao had encountered before were hidden inside. Only the young master, Mo Hongwan, wasn't there. Kneeling on the ground were the Thunder Lion, the Thunder Wolf Demon, and the Cat Demon. There was also a guy with a lizard head. He should be the patriarch of the Thunder Demon tribe. This was the scene that Ling Xiao saw through his Taiji eye. Night Demon and the others hadn't noticed yet. A moment later, Xue Feiqi, Night Demon, Yuan Meng, and the woman in green finally appeared. However, they were surrounded the moment they appeared. Thunder Lion, Thunder Wolf Demon, Cat Demon, Thunder Lizard Demon, and many Gorlin demons. As for the 3 human demons, they didn't move. It seemed like victory was already in their hands. Chapter 4162. Ling Xiao noticed that there was a strange black light in the eyes of the 4 surviving experts of the Thunder Demon tribe. They should be under control. The human demon really came back for revenge. Taking advantage of the chaotic battle between the Thunder Demon tribe and the human warriors, he finally took control of the Thunder Demon tribe in one fell swoop. These human demons were really not easy to deal with. You guys retreat. I'll cover the rear. Night Demon was indeed an arrogant woman, but at the same time, she was also a kind-hearted woman. In this kind of crisis, her first thought was to let others go first and cover the rear herself. In this situation, there was only one possibility, and that was death. No need. Xue Feiqi suddenly laughed. Then he slammed a palm on Night Demon's back. Night Demon vomited blood. Although there was a huge gap between his strength and Night Demon's, his sudden attack had caught Night Demon off guard, so he naturally succeeded. Night Demon was quickly captured by the Thunder Lizard Demon. Don't kill her first. Keep her. She's still useful. Xue Feiqi sneered. Her brother, Ghost Sword, is very powerful. This time, our human demon tribe will destroy all the human warriors who enter Fengdu Demon Forest. Her brother, Ghost Sword, was a huge obstacle. You have to protect this hostage well. Yes, the Thunder Lizard Demon actually listened to him. Xue Feiqi, who are you? Yuan Meng and the woman in green were frightened by the sudden scene. Can't you see? I'm a genuine human demon. Xue Feiqi sneered. It's a pity that Ling Xiao escaped. I've hidden in the blood spirit sect for so many years. It's all for the sake of one day letting the human demon see the light of day again. The demonic epiphyllum is the king's. As long as he has it, the king can recover his strength. At that time, even if the demon emperor comes in person, he can't change anything. Ha 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 ha. Bastard, Shue Feiqi, you despicable and shameless guy. My brother won't give up the sword in his hand for me. Just you wait. Unless you kill me now, I'll tear you into pieces. Night Demon roared. I know you want to die, but it's useless. Actually, I know better than you what kind of person your brother is. That guy is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. On the surface, he doesn't care about you, but in fact, he loves you very much. You still remember? Back then, you were training outside. He had accidentally fallen into someone else's trap. In the end, he fell into a coma. That was also the biggest failure of your life. You thought you were going to die, but when you woke up, the people who plotted against you were all dead. You don't know who did it, but everyone knows it was Ghost Sword. How did you know? Night Demon said coldly, Ghost Sword, and you are both disciples of the Demon Emperor. How can we just leave you be? That incident was actually caused by us. Shue Feiqi laughed. Don't worry, you and Ghost Sword are treasures. Even if we want to kill others, we won't kill the two of you. No matter what, you are still the Devil Emperor's beloved disciples. We have reason to believe that with the two of you in our hands, the Devil Emperor won't dare to act recklessly. But even without my brother, Yu Qiong is stronger than any of you here. Don't even think about getting the demonic Dutchman's flower. Night Demon said coldly, Yu Qiong is indeed very powerful. Other than Ling Jiao, she is the strongest genius in the Yu family. But as for him, I naturally have a way to deal with him. You don't need to worry about that. Shue Feiqi mocked. Actually, let me tell you something. I've always hidden the part of myself that belongs to the demons. So the me you see is just an incomplete version of myself, a weak version of myself. My true strength is something even Yu Qiong can't beat. The only one I fear is Ghost Sword. That guy actually broke through after his battle with the soaring flame lion. He reached the peak of the Supreme Core realm. What a freak. TSK. This Shue Feiqi really is something. I don't know what his status is in the demonic humans, but to be able to come up with such a scheme. How treacherous. If they were friends, Ling Xiao would naturally like them. They were safe and didn't need to worry about others plotting against him. If they were enemies, they would be the most troublesome. Not only were they strong, but they were also very treacherous. This was going to be difficult. Ling Xiao also felt that things were going to be a bit difficult. The demonic humans were scarier than he'd imagined. They'd made arrangements both in the open and in the dark. Shue Feiqi, no, Lord Demonic Human, I beg you, let me go. I can be loyal to the demonic humans. I'll do anything for you. On the other side, Yuan Meng suddenly knelt down. This guy was really a cowardly piece of trash. But that was normal. The more arrogant a guy was, the more useless he was. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Big brother Yuan Meng, how can you do this? The girl in green was stunned. You're a genius of the Fundu Demon Kingdom's Red Robe sect. Our 3 races and 4 sects have always been enemies with the demonic humans. How can you side with them? Idiot, can't you see the situation? What bullshit 3 races and 4 sects? When the Yu family is fierce, what's the difference between them and the demonic humans? The Black Flame sect was destroyed. The Qi family was also destroyed. What's the difference between being a dog of the Yu family or a dog of the demonic humans? Yuan Meng said disdainfully. You're quite open-minded. Fine, although you're trash and scum, at least you have some strength. As long as you're willing to take this, I won't kill you. Shue Feiqi took out a blood-like liquid and said with a smile, What is this? Yuan Meng asked. Nothing, It's just something to turn you into a demonic human. Don't worry, it will hurt a little, but not only will it not harm you, it will also make your strength stronger. Xue Feiqi said with a smile, if you want to live, drink it or die. I'll drink, I'll drink. Yuan Meng hesitated for a moment, then took the cup and drank it in one gulp. A moment later, Yuan Meng let out a miserable scream. A blood-red light flickered on his body. After a minute or two, his eyes turned scarlet. Ha! I really feel like my whole body is full of strength. Yuan Meng laughed wildly, feeling very refreshed. Now, I'll give you a mission. Insult this woman in front of everyone. Do you dare? Xue Feiqi laughed. Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? At this moment, Yuan Meng was simply a madman. Although the blood made him feel excited, he still maintained a certain level of consciousness. He actually agreed, so directly. It was enough to see that this guy was not a good thing at all. Big brother Yuan Meng, no, don't. The woman in green stood up and shouted while trying to escape. But she was stopped by the Thunder Wolf Goblin. She was not a match for the Thunder Wolf Goblin at all. Facing that terrifying power, she fell into a desperate situation. You're worse than a beast. Night Demon gritted his teeth and roared. Hee, whatever you say is useless. Xue Feiqi said indifferently, don't worry. After taking care of the woman in green, there will be someone who will let you enter paradise. Presumably, even if this happens, you won't dare to tell your brother and the Devil Emperor, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 4163. Sigh. Ling Xiao let out a sigh. Even if he was heartless, he couldn't just stand by and watch these two women get humiliated. Even if they were killed, he could pretend he didn't see it. But being humiliated, he couldn't stand it. He was a man of flesh and blood, a man who wanted to unify the entire mystic world. If he didn't say anything today, then he wasn't even fit to be a man. Flying Sword Talisman, 7 Slaughter Talisman, Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. In the end, Ling Xiao made his move. He didn't care about the woman in green's life, but he had to save Yi Mei. It would be best if Ghost Sword owed him a favor. Then there would be one less person fighting for the demonic epiphyllum. He might even ask Ghost Sword to help him deal with Yu Qiong. That way, he would have a bigger chance. The first Flying Sword Talisman killed Yuan Meng. She was worse than a dog. She didn't even deserve to be a human. Because it was a sneak attack. A divine, rank, Heavenly King Talisman was extremely powerful. It directly pierced through Yuan Meng's dantian, killing her on the spot. As for the 7 Slaughter Talisman, it was used to distract the Thunder Lizard. This Thunder Lizard was a peak Heavenly Core warrior. A divine, rank, Heavenly King Talisman couldn't kill it in one hit, but the 7 Slaughter Talisman had enough power to distract it, almost in an instant. Ling Xiao completed the perfect rescue. Yi Mei and the woman in green were both saved, but he didn't run away. Why would he run away? Qi Niming could fight now. Qi Yaoguang, He Zhu, and He Ming had all recovered. He himself had an extremely powerful combat strength. Since he met these human devils today, what else could he do but kill them? Eat this. Ling Xiao gave a healing pill to Yi Mei. Yi Mei didn't have time to be surprised. She quickly swallowed it. She wanted revenge too. She was still angry after being ambushed by Xue Feiqi just now. As for the woman in green, if you're willing to fight with me, I won't kill you, but if you want to run away, don't blame me. Although this woman was annoying, she was still a powerful fighter. Plus, they didn't have any grudges against each other. So it was best to stay and fight. Can you beat it? The woman in green asked, worriedly. If I dare to stay, then I have a way. Ling Xiao glanced at the girl in green. She didn't run away. Her performance wasn't bad. He had not saved this woman in vain. Seeing Ling Xiao appear, no one seemed to be surprised, especially Xue Feiqi, who sneered, "The big fish has finally taken the bait." Speaking of which, the most unstable factor in our plan to exterminate the world is you. No one knows where you are or where you will appear. Looks like my acting skills are pretty good. Elder, let me kill this bastard. He killed my sister. Black Barbarian walked out and said to Xue Feiqi. Of course. Xue Feiqi smiled. This guy was actually an elder of the demonic human clan. It seemed that his strength was definitely not as weak as it looked. Ling Xiao didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then I'm really honored. I'll have to trouble the demonic humans to treat me this way. Brat, if you're afraid, then be afraid. Pretending to be fearless is really boring." Xue Feiqi laughed. Pretending? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. If I wanted to run away, to be honest, none of you would be able to stop me. But since the demonic human clan is still here, even if I leave, I won't be able to feel at ease. Arrogant. Thunder Lion, Lizard, Wolf Head, Cat Demon, what are you waiting for? Xue Feiqi was too lazy to waste his breath on Ling Xiao. He felt that he would never be able to win against this cunning human in a verbal fight. So he might as well just attack, because right now they were stronger than Ling Xiao. Me too. Black Barbarian was the first to dash towards Ling Xiao. The Thunder Lizard faced Yi Mei. The woman in green was trembling in fear. This was because she felt that it was simply impossible for her to face the remaining experts alone. Come out. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a few bright lights flew out from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Qi Yaoguang, Black Pearl, and He Ming appeared at the same time. 2 perfect Heavenly Core warriors, and 1 early Heavenly Core warrior. Because of this, the combat strength of Ling Xiao's group had increased significantly. But Xue Feiqi didn't seem to be nervous. It was as if everything was under his control. Thunder Lion faced Qi Yaoguang. The Thunder Wolf head faced He Ming. That woman is mine. Throwing Dagger Zong saw that his group wasn't strong enough, so he faced Black Pearl. As for the Cat Demon, it was fighting the woman in green. In the books, everyone on Ling Xiao's side had an opponent. But on Xue Feiqi's side, there were still Xue Feiqi and Xue Turtledove who hadn't fought yet. Not to mention, there were still thousands of goblin devils waiting for an opportunity. Ling Xiao, isn't she nimming with you? Ask him to come out as well, or else none of you will leave here alive. Xue Feiqi sneered. Then he unleashed a terrifying aura. Mid-extreme core realm. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Was this Xue Feiqi's true strength? No wonder he was afraid of Ghost Sword, but not Yu Qiong. His strength was indeed very strong. Kill. Qi Niming didn't waste time. He flew out of the Dongsheng Emperor Ring and slashed at Xue Feiqi. Although this cave was small on the outside, the space inside wasn't small at all. Therefore, it was enough for the battlefield. Blood Turtledove stood there coldly, waiting for an opportunity with 1,000 goblin devils. The chaotic battle had already begun. Black Barbarian looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Brat, I let you kill my sister before, but this time I definitely won't allow you to ruin our plan. Ling Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he quietly released the bloodthirsty plague. This was simply a divine weapon for group battles. When both sides were equal in strength, the bloodthirsty plague was really useful. It could silently weaken the opponent's strength. The longer it took, the more the weakening. And the opponent still didn't know. This was a rather sinister ability. Don't let him set up the formation. Blood Turtledove, you go too. Xue Feiqi had clearly studied Ling Xiao. The human devil king had told Xue Feiqi everything about Ling Xiao's performance in the human devil lair. Xue Feiqi only knew that Ling Xiao had a powerful formation that could continuously weaken the enemy's strength. And in the end, it could even erupt with a terrifying attack. But he didn't know the existence of the bloodthirsty plague. Yes, blood turtle dove obeyed the order and also charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was fighting 1 against 2. It was really difficult. Focus on dealing with your enemies. You don't have to worry about me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If he relied purely on his own strength, it would be really difficult to kill Blood, Turtle Dove, and Black Barbarian. But don't forget, he had treasures on him now. Ling Xiao took out the Dongsheng Heaven Sword and Dongsheng Demon Sword. The ferocious Demon Sword and the domineering Heaven Sword released terrifying killing intent. The entire cave was enveloped by this aura, and Ling Xiao instantly entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation. At the same time, he released the other beast souls. Facing Black Barbarian and Blood Turtle Dove, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid, but he didn't dare to underestimate them. At this time, he had to release his strength as much as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 40, 164. Xue Feiqi, you human devils think everything is under your control. That's why you're so calm, right? Too bad. Ling Xiao, hate being controlled by others the most. I love to break someone's control. Human devils, you're really unlucky to meet me. Ling Xiao smiled, and his aura became stronger. Ha ha ha, surprised? I know your strength very well. Just dealing with an early heavenly core warrior was enough to make him half dead. I don't believe you can fight both of us at the same time. Xue Feiqi said with disdain. Today, all of you will die here. None of you will be able to leave. Then I'll just ride a donkey and read a songbook. Just wait and see. Ling Xiao moved his body and charged towards Black Barbarian with incredible speed. His speed was so fast that no one could see him, only his afterimages could be seen. But the Blood Turtle Dove's speed was not any slower than Ling Xiao's. She had been following behind Ling Xiao, turning into a blood-red light and chasing after him. The gap between our cultivation levels is really not something that can be easily closed. All right, with this fight, I'll try to break through. Ling Xiao loved fighting with strong warriors. Without any challenge, what's the point of fighting? Yin Yang Universal Tiger Beast Soul, Universal Body. After activating the Universal Body, Ling Xiao's speed suddenly increased by 10 times. Once again, he threw the Blood Turtle Dove away. At the same time, he thrust both swords towards Black Barbarian. Die. Black Barbarian was slow, but he had a huge advantage in terms of strength. Holding a huge axe in his hand, he swung it towards Ling Xiao. Human, you're too naive. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded out in the cave. The explosive force formed a shockwave. Both Ling Xiao and Black Barbarian were pushed back a few steps. The Blood Turtle Dove was even pushed back by the strong wind. This guy, how can a human possess such terrifying strength? Black Barbarian stared at Ling Xiao in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His speed is amazing as well. He's even faster than me. The Blood Turtle Dove and Black Barbarian stood together. This was because they had already realized that Ling Xiao was not easy to deal with. Sure enough, the demonic human king is right. Ling Xiao, if you are willing to join our demonic human clan, you will be able to do so. I can immediately give you the position of an elder. If you want revenge, we can help you. What do you think? Everyone cherished talent, and Xue Feiqi was no exception. Even the human devil king felt that Ling Xiao was a promising talent. He had also discovered this. What if I want the demonic serious? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Other than the demonic epiphyllum, anything else is fine. Xue Ran said. Then let's not talk nonsense. Let's fight. I only want the demonic serious. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't join the demonic human clan. What he hated the most was being coerced by others. Boom! Xue Feiqi was suddenly sent flying by a sword strike. Humph! You dare to talk while fighting with me, Qi Niming? I think you really don't know the difference between life and death. After all, Qi Niming was the second genius of Fengdu Devil Kingdom. He had his pride too. He could not be looked down upon by others. Bah! Kill him. There's no need to hold back. Qi Niming said angrily. Yes, Black Barbarian and Blood Dove entered the state of demonization at the same time. Their demonization was similar to the demonization of demonic cultivators. Basically, it could increase their combat strength by more than 10 times. However, their brains would be filled with blood, and they would become reckless and barbaric. Ling Xiao was not careless. Facing these two, he directly released the martial spirit barrier. This way, if he released the tyrant martial spirit, it would not be easily detected. At this moment, he only released the power of the blood drill rat. His entire body was covered in bloodlight. The blood drill rat's phantom was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In the eyes of Black Barbarian and Blood Dove, Ling Xiao was no longer a person, but a ferocious beast that could make them tremble, kill. Black Barbarian and Blood Dove looked at each other and used terrifying martial skills. Because they were intimidated by Ling Xiao's aura, only by releasing martial skills could they truly get rid of this oppressive feeling. Demonic human martial skill, Blood Dragon swallows the sky. Demonic human martial skill, Battle God Demon. Both of their attacks exploded at the same time. They were both beginner 8th level martial skills of the Emperor class, and they were both incomparably powerful. After being demonized, their power could even reach the mid-8th level of the Emperor class. A blood dragon, a god demon. At the same time, it pounced towards Ling Xiao. The feeling of rushing towards him made Ling Xiao feel a huge pressure. The entire cave began to shake. The rocks on the top of the mountain continued to fall. If it weren't for the existence of the martial spirit barrier, if it weren't for the protection of the formation in this cave, it would have collapsed long ago. Good timing. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. It's a good time to try the divine skill I just cultivated. The so-called divine skill was, of course, not the heaven-covering palm. It wasn't necessary to deal with these two bastards. In the battle with the flying flame lion, Ling Xiao comprehended the second level of the 12 divine beasts technique. He had a second terrifying attack, facing the blood dragon and the god demon. Ling Xiao's two swords burned with different lights. The Dongsheng demonic sword burned with a blood-red light. It represented the blood-drilling rat. The Dongsheng heavenly sword burned with a silver-white light. It represented the 9 heavens icebound dragon. Inside his body, 2 streams of energy were used at the same time, and they were injected into the 2 swords without affecting each other. The power of the 2 beast gods was used to deal with the joint forces of the Black Barbarian and the Blood Dove. It should be about time. The first level of the 12 divine beasts technique was the power of a beginner 8th level martial skill of the Emperor class. The second level of the 12 divine beasts technique was the power of a mid-8th level martial skill of the Emperor class. The combination of the 2 beast gods was even more powerful. It could almost reach the power of a high-level 8th level martial skill of the Emperor class. In terms of the level of martial skills, it was stronger than the Black Barbarian and the Blood Dove. Of course, in terms of cultivation, he was at a disadvantage. Soon, 2 beast gods condensed on the 2 swords. One was the blood-drilling rat, a monstrous blood mist filled the air, releasing a terrifying killing intent that made people tremble with fear. The other was the nine heavens icebound dragon. A sky full of ice and snow appeared, releasing a bone-chilling coldness. And this was the materialization of the sword Qi. Come on, human demon, let me see how strong you are. With a furious roar, Ling Xiao attacked with both swords. The two beast gods let out a terrifying roar. It represented a terrifying killing intent and a cold chill. They charged towards the black barbarian, and the blood dove, boom, a terrifying explosion erupted in the martial spirit barrier. The four attacks were entangled together. They were biting crazily. It seemed that no one could do anything to the other. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Falling plum shadow. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's clone appeared behind the black barbarian and the blood dove, flying sword talisman. The clone released the last flying sword talisman. It directly pierced through the black barbarian's body. The black barbarian was fighting with Ling Xiao with all his strength. He didn't realize that someone would ambush him. And he actually used a terrifying divine, heavenly king artifact, talisman. It was as if he didn't need money. Black barbarian. The blood dove cried out in alarm. He was panicking, and his aura was already in chaos. End of this chapter. Chapter 4165. Black barbarian was severely injured by a single strike. His attack suddenly dissipated. With the blood-spotted dove's attack alone, there was no way it could stop the brutal blood-piercing rat and nine heavens glacial dragon. The blood-spotted dove clenched its teeth and gave up on Black Barbarian, fleeing to the side. The terrifying attack instantly engulfed Black Barbarian. Black Barbarian's body was completely shattered, and his inner core exploded. The terrifying impact spread out in all directions. It actually hit the blood-spotted dove. The blood-spotted dove's specialty was speed, not defense. Black Barbarian, who was hit by the impact, was also severely injured. Ling Xiao was finally able to relax. After killing Black Barbarian, he had to fight the blood-spotted dove one-on-one. Black Barbarian was also injured. He didn't want to use the divine grade, Heavenly King Talisman again. The two of them fought back and forth in the martial spirit barrier for more than 10 minutes. The effect of the bloodthirsty plague had reached a very high level when the blood-spotted dove noticed that her qi, blood, and true yuan had been severely weakened. It was already too late. "How did you do it?" she asked in fear. "What's the point of asking this now?" "Die. Innate celestial devil seal." At this moment, the innate celestial devil seal was enough to kill the blood-spotted dove. The blood-spotted dove's body was torn apart by the innate celestial devil. The remaining energy from the inner core was also injected into Ling Xiao's body. He was able to win against two enemies at the same time. This was all thanks to the flying sword talisman. Of course, although Ling Xiao didn't have a breakthrough after entering the Fengdu Devil Forest, his overall strength had been constantly increasing. There was no doubt about it, especially when his body had reached the mid-8th level Emperor realm. This helped him a lot. Because of this, he wouldn't be in a disadvantageous position when fighting with an early Heavenly Core warrior. Combined with the terrifying 12 Divine Beasts technique, he was able to win. However, the moment he killed the blood-spotted dove, Ling Xiao was completely exhausted. Although the 12 Divine Beasts technique was powerful, it consumed a lot of stamina. Luckily, his body had improved. If not, it would be impossible to fight with two beast gods at the same time. He quickly drank the qi and blood wine, starting to recover. The process took him 10 minutes. Then, he removed the martial soul barrier. At this moment, the battle situation outside was somewhat special. Under the influence of the bloodthirsty plague, Night Demon, Qi Yaoguang, Black Pearl, and He Ming had already finished off their opponents. They were working together to deal with Blood Speedster. As for Qi Niming, the 3 minutes had long passed. He was now in a weakened state and was injured. Ling Xiao hurriedly sent him back into the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. The woman in green's combat strength was indeed not that great, but she was still able to suppress the cat demon by relying on the effects of the bloodthirsty rat plague. The entire situation was beginning to turn in Ling Xiao's favor. Blood flight. You didn't expect this, did you? In the end, you human devils will suffer a crushing defeat. Ling Xiao mocked as he looked at Xue Feiqi. A crushing defeat? Even if it's just me, I can still kill all of you. Xue Feiqi's face was ashen. He was no longer as calm as before. This meant that he had already realized that he was in trouble, but he was unwilling to admit it. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem if you were in your peak condition. But don't forget, you've already been infected by my bloodthirsty plague. I'm afraid your strength isn't even 80% of your peak condition. Ling Xiao mocked. I'm still stronger than you guys. Xue Feiqi's eyes were scarlet, and he had completely entered a demonized state. Is that so? We killed the flying flame lion of the extreme realm of Dan. How strong do you really think you are? Frost divine dragon beast soul, frost dragon breath. Ling Xiao also joined the battle and released the beast soul's special skill, although this ability could only make Xue Feiqi stiff for a moment. But it was enough. Black Pearl, Qi Yaoguang, Night Demon, and He Ming attacked at the same time. They landed on Xue Feiqi's body. Xue Feiqi could have dodged these attacks, but in his stiff state, he could only take them head-on. Uffed! Xue Feiqi spat out blood. Damn it, just you wait. Xue Feiqi wasn't an idiot. At this moment, he realized that he was in trouble. As long as he stayed in this cave, he would continue to weaken, but his opponent wouldn't. With Ling Xiao's terrifying assistance, he was at a disadvantage. Helpless, he could only escape out of the cave. Chase! We must not let him leave. Ling Xiao called out. Everyone chased after him. The pitiful cat demon was killed by Night Demon when she left. Everyone chased to the exit of the cave. They saw Xue Feiqi crazily rushing out, but he couldn't rush out. His expression was ferocious and terrified. Hee, I'm really sorry. When I came in, I slightly changed the formation you set up. Ling Xiao laughed. Who exactly are you? Why are you so terrifying? For the first time, Xue Feiqi felt the terror of Ling Xiao. Not in terms of strength, but in all aspects. His plan was originally perfect. As long as there was no Ling Xiao, the human demon could kill all the geniuses of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom who entered the Fengdu Devil Forest. The heavenly demon epiphyllum would also become the human demon king. At that time, the human demon king would be completely awakened. The end of humanity would come. But now, all of this had become a fantasy. It had all become a dream. Because of Ling Xiao, everything had changed. I won't tell you. What can you do? Ling Xiao laughed. I'm going to kill you. Xue Feiqi pounced on Ling Xiao without caring about anything else. He didn't care about the attacks of others at all. Since he couldn't escape, he would die together with Ling Xiao. At the very least, killing Ling Xiao would definitely be a huge contribution to the human demon lineage. Ice Aeon. Ling Xiao released Ice Aeon. Everyone's attacks once again greeted Xue Feiqi's body. Earth-quaking, mountain-shaking. Once again, Xue Feiqi was attacked. But he couldn't touch Ling Xiao. I'll give you another good meal. The Blood Thunder God that cost me 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao was finally no longer just a support. He spent 20 million high-grade spirit stones and unleashed a terrifying attack. Xue Feiqi, who was already severely injured, was beaten to a pulp. But even so, he still didn't dare be careless. Sky-covering palm. Finally, the sky-covering palm was unleashed. The horrifying palm instantly smashed Xue Feiqi into a pulp. Xue Feiqi's body wasn't strong to begin with. It was even weaker than Ling Zhao's. He was only strong in terms of cultivation base. Without being able to use any martial skills, facing the sky-covering palm with the power of a peak 8th Order Emperor realm warrior, how could he survive? Even his inner core was crushed. Boom! The moment Xue Feiqi was killed, a surge of energy rushed out from Ling Zhao's body. He had finally broken through early 7th Divine Core realm. This was a qualitative leap. This was a great breakthrough, because in the future, when he faced early Heavenly Core warriors, he wouldn't need to spend so much effort. He could even kill them in an instant after killing Xue Feiqi. Ling Xiao took Xue Feiqi's storage ring. There were 1,000 high-grade spirit stones in it. With this, he now had more than 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. End of chapter. Chapter 41:66. 1 supreme grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million superior grade spirit stones. He had really struck it rich with these 2,000 yuan. In addition, there were some martial arts and techniques for cultivation. But he didn't need them. He would keep them for now and hand them over to the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's arsenal in the future. Ling Xiao, I got this from the Lizard Patriarch. I'll give it to you. Night Demon gave a blood-red stone to Ling Xiao. Actually, even if she didn't give it to him, Ling Xiao would still want it. Ling Zhao's taiji, I had already captured this treasure. He wasn't a generous person. If not for him, Night Demon would definitely have died this time. But fortunately, he was very satisfied with Night Demon's performance. This blood-red stone was about the size of an adult's fist. It emitted a blazing aura. If one looked carefully, they would find that there seemed to be some small words on it. It should be man-made. But Ling Xiao couldn't tell what this thing was for now. But to be able to make his taiji react, it must be something good. He would keep it first. He put the blood-red stone into the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Then he looked at the woman in green and said, "You didn't see Qi Yaoguang or Qi Niming today. Do you understand?" Understood. The woman in green nodded. She didn't dare to go against Ling Zhao's will. Even a terrifying existence like Xue Qi was killed by Ling Xiao. She didn't dare to act recklessly. "Why didn't you warn me?" Night Demon suddenly said. "Because I believe you won't say it. Moreover, you're not from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Qi Yaoguang and Qi Niming have nothing to do with you." Ling Xiao said calmly. Actually, the first sentence was the main point. Night Demon's personality was much better than the woman in greens. Ling Xiao definitely had reason to trust her. "Thank you." Night Demon glanced at Ling Xiao with a special light in her eyes. "Since you trust me, I'll tell you a few things. It's about the Heavenly Demon Epiphyllum." Night Demon said. "Heavenly Demon Epiphyllum? Yes, I heard Master mention that the demonic epiphyllum is actually somewhere at the peak of Thunder Mountain. I'll tell you the exact location later." Night Demon said. "You even know the exact location?" As expected, becoming the disciple of the Demon Emperor was really beneficial. But in this way, wouldn't the competition itself become unfair? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. It's normal that Master is biased towards us. Night Demon said coolly, but this matter is limited to us. Don't spread it out anymore. All right, let's fight for the demonic epiphyllum. To be honest, even if he got the celestial demon blooming Sirius first, he still didn't know what to do. It couldn't be used immediately either. you will also be surrounded and intercepted, becoming the target of everyone's attacks. Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's right. This is the cruelest competition that Master has devised. Not only do we need to obtain it, we also need to be able to bring it out. Night Demon reminded him. And even if we bring them out, they will still be attacked and fought over. The people of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom won't let the demonic epiphyllum fall into the hands of a stranger. Ling Xiao didn't care about these words. His ability to hide his identity was something that others couldn't catch up to. He might not be the strongest in battle, but in terms of escaping, there was probably no one in the Fengdu Demon Kingdom who could compare to him. Immediately after, he opened the seal. After going outside, Ling Xiao still let Qi Yaoguang enter the Dong Sheng Emperor Ring. As for He Jinju and He Ming, they stayed outside. Everyone went to the peak of Thunder Mountain together. Although he had killed Xue Feiqi, Ling Xiao didn't feel relaxed in his heart. He didn't know where the human demon young lord was. He also didn't know where the human demon king was. Along the way, he could still see the Thunder Demon Clan and the Human Demon Clan reaping the lives of martial artists. Quite a number of people had died. The human demons were fighting for the demonic epiphyllum, for the battle of extinction. The Thunder Demons were fighting for revenge. For tens of thousands of years, the hatred between the Thunder Demons and the human martial artists had long been irreconcilable. Only one side would be completely destroyed. This was the terror of war. It seemed like the Demon Emperor didn't want to stop the killing between the two sides. Perhaps to him, this was the best way to train a martial artist. Everyone was traveling at high speed. In less than 2 hours, they had arrived at the peak of Thunder Mountain. At the peak of Thunder Mountain, the lightning was even scarier. It rained down like rain. Unless one was a 7th Divine Corps warrior or above, there was no way one could resist it. It even made people feel like they could touch the lightning in the sky if they stretched out their hand. At the peak of Thunder Mountain, the plants were even denser, but Ling Xiao could feel that there was a powerful force hiding in this dense forest. That must be the demonic epiphyllum. No wonder the Demon Emperor told his disciple the location of the demonic epiphyllum. As long as one reached the peak of Thunder Mountain, they would be able to sense it. The Western Puppet City was located at the peak of Thunder Mountain. Many people were resting and waiting in the city. They didn't know where the demonic epiphyllum was, but they could wait until someone else found it. Then they could rob it. It wasn't against the rules anyway. Ling Xiao didn't care about those people. He followed Yi Mei and headed straight to where the demonic epiphyllum was. As long as he could get his hands on the demonic epiphyllum, he would have enough confidence to protect it. No one would be able to take it away from him. None of the warriors below the 7th Divine Corps realm were here. It seemed like all the plants within a 1-mile radius were dying. The demonic epiphyllum had absorbed all their energy. Such an evil thing could actually help one understand the secrets of the divine physique realm. It could even help a warrior enter the divine physique realm for a short period of time. This was really too strange. Someone is here, but it seems like they can't get close to the demonic epiphyllum. Black Pearl said. Ling Xiao saw them as well. Many old acquaintances. Yu Qiong, Ghost Sword, Yu Feng, Yu Luan, Yu Chen, and Yang Zhan were all here. There were also some unfamiliar faces, but they were all very strong. There were more than a dozen early Heavenly Corps warriors in the group. If it was the Ling Xiao from before, he would have a headache, but now he had broken through to the 7th Divine Corps realm, and he possessed the mid-8th Order Emperor realm Black Tortoise Divine Physique. Would he be afraid? Ling Xiao's arrival had caused a commotion, because Yi Mei, Black Pearl, He Ming, and the girl in green had followed him here. This strange group had caused many people to feel confused. Lu Yi, come here. The one who spoke was another great warrior from the Greenvine sect. He was also an early Heavenly Core warrior, but his combat strength was much stronger than the girl in greens. His name was Lu Shi. Yes, senior disciple. The girl in green gave Ling Xiao a look, then she obediently walked over. The reason why she gave Ling Xiao that look was because she wanted to tell him that she wouldn't say anything she didn't want to, because she knew how scary Ling Xiao was. Yi Mei, you're here as well? Ghost Sword gave Yi Mei an indifferent look. He didn't look very friendly. But from his eyes, one could tell that he was a big brother who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. I'm here. Yi Mei replied with an indifferent tone. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4167. Ghost Sword didn't seem to mind Yi Mei's indifferent attitude. However, when he saw Ling Xiao and Black Pearl together, Yu Wan's expression darkened. He had always been puzzled as to who had killed the scholar in white and who saved the Black Pearl. Now, he finally understood. He would never let go of those who knew he had made a fool of himself. Therefore, Ling Xiao, Black Pearl, and He Ming had to die. I'll go get the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. Ling Xiao had no interest in catching up with these old friends. Although he could tell that the aura around the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower was very special, once he got close to it, he would definitely be in danger. Perhaps this was the final test the Devil Emperor gave to the warriors. He wouldn't allow anyone to take the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower away so easily. Stop right there. Before Ling Xiao could take a step forward, he was stopped by someone. The man who stopped him was a warrior from the Yu family. He didn't know this man. He didn't know his name either. In Ling Xiao's eyes, this man was just a lackey, a peak 7th Divine Core warrior. If it was before, he might be able to pose a threat to Jiang Chen. But now, Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at him. What's the matter? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. He had met too many people like this who didn't know what death was, and he had become numb to them. You still don't understand? The Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower belongs to the Yu family. Can't you see all the other warriors are standing outside? You don't look weak, an early 7th Divine Core warrior? But this Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower isn't something you can fight for. Get lost. The man said arrogantly. Then what's wrong with them? Ling Xiao pointed at Ghost Sword and Yang Zhan. These two men weren't warriors from the Yu family, but they were standing in the innermost circle. Ha 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 ha, you think you can compare with them? They are peak Heavenly Core warriors. Who do you think you are? Get lost. The Yu family warrior said fiercely. Hee hee, you're just a snob. Ling Xiao sneered. He pushed the Yu family warrior away and continued walking forward. Today, no one could stop him from fighting for the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. Even Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong could forget about it. Even if he couldn't beat them, he had ways to avoid them. Therefore, he was not afraid. Surround him. The cultivators of the Yu family were pushed away, and they were clearly resentful. With a shout, more than a dozen Yu family cultivators surrounded Ling Xiao. All of these warriors were at the 7th Divine Core realm. It was just that there was a difference in strength. Brat, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it? Since that's the case, I can only use force and chase you away. The Yu family cultivator said coldly. Ling Xiao didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Yu Qiong and said, Yu Qiong, tell them to scram. Otherwise, my sword will not leave anyone alive. I'll only say it once. Hearing this, many people felt that it was a little strange. Who does Ling Xiao think he is? How dare he talk to Yu Qiong? Yu Qiong was an ultimate level core realm expert. Only the martial artists in the southern puppet city understood that Ling Zhao's performance was even more outstanding than Yu Qiong's in The Terrifying Beast Tide. It could even be said that Yu Qiong's life was saved by him. However, this news was forcefully suppressed by Yu Qiong. This news wasn't spread out, therefore many people didn't know about it. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Does he really think he can talk to Yu Qiong? There will always be someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This guy is finished. That's right, if he offends the Yu family, he won't have a good ending. Out of their expectation, Yu Qiong really talked to Ling Zhao. However, what she said wasn't pleasant to hear. You can try. If you dare touch anyone from the Yu family, I'll make sure you die, without a burial ground. Understood? Ling Zhao smiled and said, It seems like the geniuses of the Yu family don't care about the lives of these trash. If that's the case, then don't blame me. You can only blame yourselves for being heartless. Is this guy stupid? How dare he say the Yu family's warriors are trash? He's just courting death. Sigh, the Yu family is so overbearing. Not long ago, someone talked back to them, and they cut off his tongue. This guy will probably end up even worse. Most people thought that Ling Zhao had a screw loose. Although they didn't know what this idiot's name was, he dared to say such things about the Yu family's warriors. Other than Ghost Sword, there was probably no one else present. Moreover, they hadn't heard Ghost Sword mention it. Boom. It was as if a volcano had erupted among the Yu family's warriors. Hundreds of people gathered around. They glared at Ling Zhao, wanting to tear Ling Zhao to shreds. Anyone who dared to humiliate the Yu family could forget about living. They had to let everyone know that the Yu family was inviolable, and even more so not to be humiliated. Are you angry from embarrassment? The Yu family is just like this. I'm not afraid to tell you that I killed Yu Zhangzong, and Yu Qiong, I really regret not killing you at Golem City in the south. Of course, you have a lot of lackeys around you, so I might not be able to kill you. Come, lackeys, let me see how the Yu family's shit-eating technique is cultivated. Ling Zhao seemed to be deliberately provoking them. He didn't care about the Yu family at all. Go, kill him and tear him to shreds. How could the Yu family's warriors tolerate Ling Zhao's provocation? Hundreds of people pounced on Ling Zhao. Night Demon shook her head lightly. It was one thing for these idiots to not understand the situation, but did that idiot Yu Qiong not know how powerful Ling Zhao was? Was she really going to send them to their deaths? There are 300 of you in total. You're all pretty strong. If you join forces, even the woman in green and Yuan Meng won't be a match for you. But do you think I'm them? Ling Zhao chuckled. He didn't even transform. He didn't even take out his sword. He just casually punched the ground. The earth exploded. Countless spikes erupted from the ground. Terrifying power slammed into the 300 people. This was simply a torture to the death. With just a single punch, all 300 Yu family's warriors were instantly killed. The newly obtained strength was indeed frightening. Early 7th Divine Core Realm, combined with the mid-8th Order Emperor Realm Black Tortoise Divine Body. Without using any martial skills, Ling Zhao could easily kill any warriors below the 7th Divine Core Realm, including those so-called geniuses. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. Who would have thought that this would be the result of this battle? There were over 300 Yu family warriors, and all of them were 7th Divine Core warriors. But they were all killed by this guy, with just a single punch. It was so easy. It was as easy as flipping one's hand. I told you, you're just courting death. Why don't you just step aside and let me pass? Do you think your brain is made of water? And Yu Qiong, do you really think you're strong just because you're an early-stage Ultimate Core warrior? I wonder who was the one who was tortured by the flying flaming lion. If it wasn't for me, you would have been dead by now. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? Not only did Ling Xiao kill people, he also humiliated the Yu family. All the surrounding warriors were dumbfounded by what they heard. Who is this guy? He's so scary. Looks like we've underestimated him. With his strength, he definitely has a chance to get the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. End of chapter. Chapter 4168. Although the surrounding warriors couldn't believe what they were seeing, it was a fact. But the truth was the truth. Even if he rubbed his eyes until they were broken, it was still the truth. This was something that would never change. How dare you kill people from the Yu family? Yu Qiong unleashed his cold aura. It was extremely frightening. He knew that Ling Xiao had the ability to do so. After all, Ling Xiao had done a great job in the southern puppet city. But he didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't listen to his warning, killing all 300 men from the Yu family in front of him. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Hee, is there something wrong with your head? Didn't I kill them all already? Do you want me to kill them all again? Fine, who else wants to fight? I'll keep you company. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. He suddenly thought of something. Even if he had to get the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower, he would still have to fight against these people. Also, when that happened, he would have to face even more enemies. So, he might as well eliminate some enemies before he got the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. He noticed that the strange aura around the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower was slowly fading away. Perhaps this meant that the Devil Emperor still wanted all the warriors to fight for it. Then, a chaotic battle would ensue. What a weird guy. Fine, I'll kill you with my own hands then. Although Yu Qiong didn't want to fight against Ling Xiao, he was still a core realm cultivator. After all, he was a peak core warrior, and he was attacking an early 7th Divine Core warrior. That would be a disgrace to his status. But in order to stop Ling Xiao from being so cocky, he had no choice but to fight. Senior disciple Yu Qiong, you don't have to fight against trash like him yourself. Just let me do it. Yu Feng had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time, but too bad, he hadn't been able to find Ling Xiao. Luckily, the barrier around the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower hadn't been activated yet. So, he decided to kill Ling Xiao first to vent his anger. All right, you do it. Yu Qiong looked at Yu Feng. He didn't believe that a peak Heavenly Core warrior would lose to trash like Ling Xiao. Hee, do you really think we don't have anyone here? Yu Feng, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Night Demon stood out. She didn't want to owe Ling Xiao a favor. Since she could return it, she would return it. Night Demon. Ghost Sword was surprised. His sister had always been a loner, even though she was kind-hearted. However, she would rarely fight for a man with 4 limbs. Not to mention him, Yu Qiong and Yu Feng were both very surprised. Forget it. I give up. Yu Feng glanced at Night Demon. He had no confidence in winning. Yi Mei was known as the strongest man under the 9th Divine Core realm. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, there was no need to fight now. I'll kill Ling Xiao. Yu Luan roared. Yu Luan, you coward, you coward. He was actually afraid of the scholar in white and abandoned me. Let's settle this grudge first. Black Pearl stood out and confronted Yu Luan. What a load of nonsense. Yu Luan roared, I won't allow you to insult my character. You don't dare to admit that you did something wrong? Are you still a man? The Black Pearl despised him even more. I'm going to kill you. Yu Luan couldn't hold himself back any longer and began fighting with Black Pearl. Who is this guy? I don't understand him at all. Why are Night Demon and Black Pearl willing to fight for him? What was happening made the crowd feel even weirder. Some of the people who originally wanted to provoke Ling Xiao gave up at this moment. It was better to just sit back and watch. Don't be stupid and become someone else's sacrifice. Yu-chun, you go. Yu-chun looked at Yu-chun and said, Understood. Yu-chun, a late 8th Divine Corps warrior. He was strong. But when he was about to charge forward, 2 men stopped him. One was Hei Ming, who had profited from the disaster and had broken through to the mid-8th Divine Corps realm. The other was the Lady in Green, an early 8th Divine Corps warrior. To be honest, Ling Xiao expected Hei Ming to fight, but the Lady in Green's reaction had surprised him. This lady wasn't a passionate person. Lady in Green, come back here. Lu, she shouted with a stern voice. Senior brother, he saved me. If not for him, I would have been humiliated by the human devil. He's in trouble, so I had to help him. This time, the Lady in Green didn't listen to her senior brother's words. Damn it, how dare you seduce my junior sister? I'm going to kill you. Lu, she had always liked the Lady in Green. But the Lady in Green liked Yuan Meng. When he found out that Yuan Meng had died in the Inferno, he was really happy because the Green Vine sect couldn't afford to offend the Red Robe sect. But he didn't expect this. Just when he thought he had a chance, another Ling Xiao suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He had actually snatched his junior sister away. Get lost! Ling Xiao punched out with his fist, sending Lu Shi flying away and coughing up blood. Because of the Lady in Green, I won't kill you. You better watch out for yourself. If not, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sunrise. You're courting death. Lu Shi didn't think Ling Xiao had defeated him. He just thought he had underestimated his opponent. When he rushed over just now, he didn't even release his martial soul or use any weapon. Therefore, even though he was injured, it didn't mean he had lost. He had just lost face. Senior brother, you're not his match. Don't be crazy. The Lady in Green teamed up with Hei Ming to fight Yu-chun. She shouted. Actually, it would have been better if she didn't shout. But her shout had completely ignited Lu Shi's anger. Bang! A terrifying aura was unleashed from Lu Shi's body. Behind him, strange vines appeared. That was his martial soul. At the same time, a crutch appeared in his hand. That should be some kind of secret staff. It could increase the power of a secret skill. Lady in Green, I'm sorry, this senior brother of yours is really stubborn. It's impossible for me to not kill him today. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. Then he slowly transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat, dealing with a heavenly core warrior. It was still difficult to deal with him with his own strength. Therefore, he had to transform. A crimson gold sword appeared in his hand. It would be a waste to use the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Devil Sword. After all, his current cultivation level was much higher than before. You bastard, how dare you look down on me? I'll definitely kill you. Definitely. Lu Shi was completely blinded by jealousy and anger. Ling Xiao wouldn't comfort him like his mother. Ling Xiao would only kill this guy and reduce the danger to 0. Do you really have to kill me? Too bad. You won't have the chance in your life. You could have survived. Even if you couldn't get the Heavenly Devil epiphyllum, you could have become stronger after this trial. But you're too stupid. Why did you have to provoke someone you can't afford to provoke? I won't be merciful to you anymore. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with a cold, killing intent. Fine, come at me if you can. I don't believe that an early Heavenly Core warrior like me can't deal with an early 7th Divine Core trash like you. Lu Shi had reason to believe in himself. After all, his cultivation level was much higher than Ling Xiao's. But too bad, he had chosen the wrong opponent. End of chapter. Chapter 4169. No one has ever made me hate this much. Lu Shi's aura became stronger and stronger. The jade green vines behind him transformed into a huge python. It flicked its tongue and stared at Ling Xiao. Ghost Python Vine. With a furious roar, LV's entire body melts into the huge vine. It was as if he had merged with the vine, but Ling Xiao could see it clearly with his Tai Chi eyes. The green mat only entered the interior of the vines. The vine could attack, and it could also defend. This was definitely a skill that combined both attack and defense. Not bad. Green light kept being emitted from the python's body. This was Lu Shi's strongest attack. After all, that was all he could do. With this attack, he could easily kill most peak 7th Divine Core warriors. But when facing Ling Xiao, this wasn't a problem at all. Kill him, giant python. Lu Shi's voice sounded out. The giant python suddenly leaped toward Ling Xiao. Along the way, one of its heads split into 9 heads. It looked extremely ferocious, and it was moving at an incredible speed for ordinary warriors. Even if they were at the same cultivation level, they would still be caught off guard and be hit by this attack. But why would Ling Xiao be afraid? Falling plumb clear shadow steps. Ling Xiao let out a faint smile. Then his body flickered. He had disappeared from where he stood. The 9 snake heads slammed onto the ground. The ground cracked open. Dust flew everywhere. The martial artists standing nearby were all dizzy from the shaking. It felt like Thunder Mountain was about to collapse. Is that all you can do? You want to kill me? In the sky, Ling Xiao looked at Lu Shi with disdain and said, "Damn it, don't hide if you can. Fight like a real man." Lu Shi roared. At the same time, he controlled the python to open its mouth and spit out a green mist. Ghost Vine Poison Bomb. Bang! The horrifying poison bomb hit Ling Xiao's body and exploded. The poisonous mist spread out in all directions. Many warriors tried to escape, but there were still some who couldn't escape in time and were caught in the mist. Their faces turned pale as they died. Ha 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 ha, now you know how powerful I am. A nameless person actually dares to make an enemy out of my green vine sect. She laughed wildly, thinking that she had already killed Ling Xiao. What a pitiful fellow. I gave you face, but you don't want it. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the surrounding poisonous fog was sucked into his body. This poison doesn't taste good. I don't like it. Ling Xiao suddenly approached the green seats, as if he had teleported. No one paid any attention to how he got there. How is this possible? Lu Shi could not believe that Ling Xiao was not afraid of her poison. This poison was something that even martial artists with such a cultivation base would be afraid of. Ling Xiao was just an early 7th Divine Core warrior. He was actually not afraid at all. He hurriedly retreated in an attempt to avoid Ling Xiao. Looking up, he found that Ling Xiao's figure had disappeared again. Immediately after, he felt that the giant python was caught by someone. This giant python isn't bad. It's an attack produced by fusing with your martial soul, and it's a special poisonous energy you've cultivated. Ordinary people would feel really bad when they see you, but too bad you met me. While speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed the giant python's tail and started swinging it around. The speed was getting faster and faster. At first, she was still able to maintain his consciousness. But as the giant python started spinning like a fan, he couldn't control it anymore. His eyes had turned white, and he had lost consciousness. An early heavenly core warrior couldn't even withstand a single blow from Ling Xiao. I don't want to make an enemy out of this guy. I thought he wouldn't lose to an early heavenly core warrior, but I never expected him to be so strong. This is terrifying. Shi is a genius from the Greenvine sect, but he was played like this. Bang! Just as the crowd was discussing, Ling Xiao threw the green seat heavily onto the ground. The ground cracked open. The giant python exploded. She's entire body was broken into pieces. When he died, he didn't even look like a human anymore. Ling Xiao casually clapped his hands. He looked at the crowd with disdain and said, "Who else wants to fight?" The crowd was dead silent. Even Yu Wan and Yu Chun, who were fighting, had stopped. The scene was too strange. They had to reevaluate Ling Xiao's strength. "It's good that no one is here. We're here to fight for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower, not to kill each other." Ling Xiao sneered. Then he casually took Shi's storage ring. He threw it into his own Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Normally, there wouldn't be anything good in the storage ring of someone like him. At most, there would be upper rank soul stones. There might not even be supreme rank soul stones. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Yu Feng looked at Yu Qiong and asked with a frown. Yu Qiong was unhappy as well. After all this time, did she have to do it herself? How could a mere Ling Xiao get so many people to help him? Damn it! Yu Feng looked at Ghost Sword. In the end, he shook his head and said, "Don't worry, let him be arrogant for a while. There are many people watching us right now, and our main mission is to fight for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. As for Ling Xiao, there's no way he can escape from the Fengdu Devil Forest alive." Understood. Everyone from the Yu family swallowed their anger. As for the others, there was no need to mention them. No one would seek justice for Shi, and they didn't have the courage to do so. Although there were many heavenly core warriors here, most of them were from the 2 races and 3 sects. Even Lu Luo's sect didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, so why would the others care? The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was guessing Ling Xiao's strength. He didn't look old. Could he be a heavenly core warrior as well? Could it be that what they saw was just a facade? He didn't care about what others thought. Ling Xiao looked at the barrier that was getting weaker and weaker. The atmosphere was oppressive. It was obvious that everyone was prepared to fight for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. In the end, it was hard to say whose hands it would end up in. Ling Xiao was under a lot of pressure as well. Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword's existence were like 2 huge rocks pressing down on his heart. As for Yu Feng, Yu Chun, and Yang Zhan, they were a huge threat to him as well. With his current strength, it was already difficult for him to defeat a mid-8th level heavenly core warrior. No matter how strong he was, he would have to rely on his treasures to win. But even if it was difficult, could he give up? Of course not. When he thought about how Ling Jiaojiao's soul was being restrained and how she had to spend every day in a dark environment, he couldn't give up. He was a man who lived a simple life. He wouldn't think about complicated things. There was only one simple principle when he did things. His enemies must be killed. His family and friends must be helped. No matter what it was, he would fight with his life. He believed in his own speed anyway. Plus, he had allies on his side. As long as he hid in the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower and the mountain river world, unless someone killed him, they wouldn't be able to take it away from him. Of course, he couldn't use the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower now. This item was used to save Ling Jiaojiao, and it was a treasure that he would only use when he fought with the Devil King from the Yu family. End of chapter. Chapter 4170. As a man, there were things he should do and things he shouldn't do. Fighting for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. This was what he should do. Ling Xiao would never back down. Finally, the barrier was gone. The energy of the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower was unleashed without any restraint. The terrifying energy had dispersed all the lightning in the sky above Thunder Mountain. Those warriors who were still on their way to Thunder Mountain had no choice but to stop. They knew that they had lost their chance. In this fight for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower, they had lost. I wonder who will get the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. They looked towards the mountain peak. The pitch-black devilish light had covered the entire sky. Even the dark clouds had turned pitch black. The strange atmosphere caused everyone to feel fear. It's probably a mighty warrior from the Yu family, or that ghost sword. No one thought that Ling Xiao would be the one to fight for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. Many people even thought that with Ling Xiao's cultivation, he would have already died on the way. There was no way he would have the chance to reach the peak of Thunder Mountain. At the peak of Thunder Mountain, Ling Xiao sensed the energy of the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower, and he could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea had suddenly increased by 10%. What a terrifying energy! Just by releasing it, it was able to increase the energy in his cultivation sea. How terrifying was this? It was indeed a treasure. Right when the barrier was activated, everyone leapt towards the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower like crazy. The fastest one wasn't Yu Qiong, nor was it Ghost Sword. It was Ling Xiao. This caused everyone to feel shocked, including Ling Xiao's allies. Who would have thought that a 7th Divine Core warrior would be able to travel at such an incredible speed? Even Ghost Sword was lagging behind him. Of course, Ghost Sword's speed was similar to Ling Xiao's. They were only a single body apart, but he was still lagging behind. This fact wouldn't change. But Ling Xiao knew that he only had a slight advantage in terms of speed. Compared to Ghost Sword, his overall strength was still far behind. They couldn't be compared at all. If Ghost Sword wanted to kill him, unless he ran away, he would definitely die. In this place, there were no friends, only enemies. Therefore, Ghost Sword didn't show any mercy. The long sword in his hand trembled. Terrifying sword chi was released at will. Even a casual slash would be enough to kill Ling Xiao. This was Ghost Sword's confidence. Falling plumb clear shadow steps. However, Ling Xiao had expected the phantom sword to attack. He had already thought of a countermeasure. His figure flashed, and his body dodged the sword light. And that sword light directly destroyed Ling Xiao's clone. Ghost Sword, if you kill him, I won't recognize you as my brother anymore. Suddenly, Night Demon's voice sounded. Ghost Sword couldn't pull out his next attack. The demonic epiphyllum was very important to him, but his sister was more important to him. He couldn't abandon his sister for the demonic epiphyllum. Even though he didn't know the reason, the Ghost Sword stopped attacking and gave chase with all his might. Once he unleashed his full power, his speed was almost on par with Ling Xiao's. Trash! Yu Qiong cursed inwardly. He was hoping that Ghost Sword would help him kill Ling Xiao. Then, he would take the opportunity to sneak an attack on Ghost Sword. This way, he would be the one to obtain the demonic epiphyllum. Who would have thought that Ghost Sword would stop attacking? So he could only do it himself. After crushing a talisman, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He threw the people behind him far away and joined the first group. For Ling Xiao to be able to be on par with these two, it was something to be proud of. But this was meaningless to him. He didn't like this kind of false glory. He only wanted the demonic epiphyllum. Buzz. Suddenly, the demonic epiphyllum spat out black gas. It shot towards everyone. This black gas was extremely powerful. Even Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong didn't dare to take it head-on. However, not only was Ling Xiao not afraid of this black gas, but all the black gas that approached him was instantly absorbed. It's the demonic heart. Ling Xiao could feel that it was the demonic heart's doing, although he couldn't use the demonic heart with his current strength. But the demonic heart's existence was unquestionable. How could the demonic epiphyllum compare to the demonic heart? Naturally, it couldn't pose any threat to Ling Xiao. When Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong saw this scene, they were both anxious. It wasn't easy to catch up to Ling Xiao, but this was the result. Although the two of them were able to block the black gas, their speed was slowed down, and they gradually pulled away from Ling Xiao. Damn it, Is this guy really the person chosen by the Devil Emperor? Yu Qiong was starting to doubt his own worldview. Ling Xiao was a nameless person. If he didn't receive the protection of the Devil Emperor, how could he have reached this point? If he didn't receive the protection of the Devil Emperor, why wasn't he afraid of the black gas released by the demonic epiphyllum? I can't accept this. Go to hell, Ling Xiao. Demonic chi cage. Yu Qiong roared. Black chi swirled around his body, releasing a terrifying aura. It was as if a cage had enveloped Ling Xiao. Even if he couldn't get the demonic epiphyllum, he definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao get it. As for Ghost Sword, there was nothing he could do. Ghost Sword was stronger than him, so it was normal for him to get the demonic epiphyllum. Moreover, if the Devil Emperor's disciple obtained the demonic epiphyllum, the Devil Emperor would give this devil country some benefits. It wouldn't be a loss. He just couldn't let Ling Xiao get it. Once Ling Xiao got it, not only would he be so angry that he would vomit blood. Moreover, the Yu family had lost so much money and sacrificed so many lives. It was all for nothing. Don't look at the name of Yu Qiong's move that sounded very ordinary, but its power was much more terrifying than those ferocious-sounding moves. This was a standard 9th-level Emperor-level martial skill. Ling Xiao couldn't block it at all. The only thing he could do was dodge. Otherwise, once he was captured by this cage, then he would be dead, for sure. The pitch-black cage covered the sky and covered the sun. The black gas of the demonic epiphyllum was defeated by this cage. It was enough to see how terrifying the power of this cage was. Although Ling Xiao was shocked, he was also very happy at the same time. Fighting with experts, he definitely benefited a lot. This move gave him a lot of insights. A lot of gains would have a great effect on the advancement of his cultivation in the future. Bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. He directly released the bloodthirsty plague and mixed it into the aura of the demonic epiphyllum. It spread out. Other than his allies, everyone else was unknowingly weakened. But this wasn't enough. The most troublesome thing in front of him was this demonic chi cage. He had to break this thing. Otherwise, he would really have to play. Let me give you a hand. Qi Niming said from the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Are you okay? Don't worry. It's just releasing one move. It's not a problem to break this demonic chi cage. You just have to charge forward. Qi Niming said. That's good. Ling Xiao no longer wasted his vital essence and charged forward with all his might. Anyway, the black gas wouldn't hurt him. He didn't even need to dodge. This way, even Ghost Sword would be left far behind by him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword chi bloomed from the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Genius! Remember this site's address in a second. Chapter 4171. A sword light shot out from the Dongsheng Emperor ring. It was extremely bright. Not only did it cut through the cage, but it also cut off one of Yu Qiong's arms. Although an arm was nothing to Yu Qiong, if he wanted to recover, he could easily do so. However, he had already missed the best chance to chase after Ling Xiao. Sorry, the two of you. The heavenly demon epiphyllum belongs to me. Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao laughed heartily as he disappeared from their sight. The heavenly demon epiphyllum looked close, but it was actually very far. Space seemed to be distorted, giving people a feeling of unreality. Moreover, the black aura was everywhere. Once Ling Xiao escaped more than 1,000 meters away, their divine senses would not be able to capture him. How can this be? Not only Yu Qiong, but Ghost Sword was also stunned. Ling Xiao had actually shaken them off just like that. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao's speed was already very impressive for him to be able to keep up with them. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao's speed and Ling Xiao's ability were much greater than they had imagined. What was that sword energy just now? Yu Qiong touched his wound, and his arm quickly grew out. However, that terrifying sword energy still made him tremble with fear. He was sure that it was definitely not Ling Xiao's sword energy, because Ling Xiao was not that strong. But who could it be? Damn it, no matter who stabbed me, I can't let you take advantage of me. Yu Qiong's eyes were bloodshot. He had not used all his strength before. In fact, no one else would have, because even if he got the heavenly demon epiphyllum, he had to have the strength to protect it. Yu Qiong had only used about 70% of his strength. Now, he was not going to hold back. Rather than letting Ling Xiao get the heavenly demon epiphyllum, he might as well go all out. After all, the Yu family had other experts. Demonization. Yu Qiong's body underwent some strange changes. A pair of black wings grew out of his back. The most terrifying thing was that in that instant, his speed had reached the maximum. Whoosh! His body turned into a streak of black light, madly chasing after Ling Xiao. Along the way, the black gas released by the demonic epiphyllum was easily knocked away. They couldn't stop him for even a moment. This guy seemed to have gone mad as he pounced on Ling Xiao, not the demonic Sirius. This was because he realized that if he couldn't stop Ling Xiao, then the Yu family would be in big trouble. Below, when the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled. To be able to force a warrior at the early stage of the extreme stage of Dan to such an extent, Ling Xiao, this guy, was really proud of himself. But once Yu Qiong entered the demonized state, Ling Xiao would not have a chance. "Senior brother, kill that brat!" Yu Feng shouted. "Demonic epiphyllum, I will help you collect it." He wanted Yu Qiong to feel at ease. He wanted Yu Qiong to risk her life. Who is that guy? How can he be so powerful? He injured Yu Qiong with a single stab. Who knows? There will always be some weirdos in this world. That person might be one of them. Even Yu Qiong can't catch up to him, let alone others. People had some crazy jealousy and hatred towards Ling Xiao, because this kind of unknown brat was actually fighting for the demonic Sirius with the extreme stage of Dan that they looked up to, and they were left far behind. This made them unable to accept. They would rather the demonic Sirius be taken by Ghost Sword, and Yu Qiong than accept the demonic Sirius being snatched away by Ling Xiao. Didn't that mean that they were even inferior to this brat? How could they accept that? Of course, there were also some people who admired Ling Xiao endlessly. For example, Black Pearl, Night Demon, and the rest. They originally thought that they would be the main force fighting for the demonic Sirius. After obtaining the demonic Sirius, whether to consider giving it to Ling Xiao. But now it looked like they really had to think too much. The terrifying potential that Ling Xiao, this guy, had was not something they could compare to. The people below did not give up. They also continued to advance, because before the demonic Sirius was taken out of Fengdu Demon Forest, anything could happen. At this moment, Yu Qiong was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. Ultimate realm of alchemy martial artists were indeed powerful. After the black gas stopped obstructing him, his speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's. This caused the distance between the two to get closer and closer. Ling Xiao, no matter who takes the demonic Sirius today, it can't be you. Yu Qiong roared. Her eyes were bright red, as if blood was about to drip out. Ling Xiao frowned. He thought that the demonic Sirius was already within his reach. He didn't expect Yu Qiong to be so difficult to deal with, as expected of an extreme stage of Dan. Not easy to deal with. "Ling Xiao, let me do it," Qi Niming said. "No, prepare your strongest attack first. Don't attack. At the crucial moment, it will be useful." Ling Xiao shook his head. If he attacked Yu Qiong now, it might cause some damage to her. But the meaning was not big. It was better to use his strongest move. That would be more useful. "Damn it, let's go all out." While Qi Niming was preparing his move, Ling Xiao also fed the 2,000 supreme grade spirit stones to the blood dragon god. Those were supreme grade spirit stones. One supreme grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million high-grade spirit stones. The blood dragon god could eat as much as he wanted. This move could be heaven-defying at the crucial moment. After that, Ling Xiao continued to move forward. Although Yu Qiong was getting closer and closer to him, there was still a distance of 200 to 300 meters. He wasn't afraid. At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that another figure was rushing over as well. No need to ask, it was definitely Ghost Sword. If Yu Qiong could demonize, Ghost Sword definitely could too. And Ghost Sword was at the extreme stage of Dan. If this guy used his full strength, his speed would be even more terrifying. I'm about 1,000 meters away from the demonic Sirius. Soon. Ling Xiao continued to speed up, but with his cultivation, his speed was basically the limit. But he was still going all out. He even involuntarily released the power of the tyrant martial spirit, even though it was only faintly discernible, but his speed had also clearly increased. What? Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I suddenly caught a terrifying aura. He hurriedly stopped. This caused Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword to be dazzled. The two of them didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly stop. They didn't even have time to control their speed, and directly rushed over. They surpassed Ling Xiao. At least you're smart. After I get the demonic Sirius, I'll kill you. Yu Qiong didn't think too much about it. He thought that Ling Xiao was afraid, or maybe he didn't have enough true essence, so he suddenly chose to stop. But at this moment, Ghost Sword also stopped. Only then did Yu Qiong realize that something was wrong. It was impossible for Ghost Sword to be afraid of him. He followed Ghost Sword's gaze. In front of them, a figure actually appeared. Demon Red Pill? No, this is the aura of the human Devil King. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Could it be that in order to obtain the demonic Sirius, the human Devil King actually borrowed his son's body? This aura was so terrifying, although it was still at the extreme stage of Dan. But that power was clearly stronger than Ghost Sword. End of this chapter. Chapter 4172. The reason why Ling Xiao stopped was because he felt this power. He knew that even if he rushed over, he wouldn't be able to get the flower. But why? Ling Xiao didn't understand. Since the human demon king was in front of them, why didn't he get the flower? Was it because he had no other choice? That must be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be waiting there. Shadow Warrior. Ling Xiao was very clear that the most important thing right now was to protect himself well and not to fight head-on. Who are you? Yu Qiong didn't know how terrifying the human demon king was and continued to clamor, "Scram or I'll kill you." The human demon king laughed coldly. "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you have to die. That's enough." Just as Ling Xiao expected, the human devil king indeed needed someone to help him take away the demonic Dutchman's flower. But he didn't want to give it to Yu Qiong or Ghost Sword. They were too strong. Once he got the flower, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to snatch it away. Thus, the two of them had to die. Human Demon Fist Art, Ghost Dragon Kill. The human demon king didn't waste any more words and directly attacked Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword. A ghost dragon suddenly condensed from the black gas. The black gas released by the demonic epiphyllum was blocked by the ghost dragon. It had no effect on it at all. The berserk ghost dragon swooped down and attacked Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword. "Let's work together," Ghost Sword said softly. With that, he took out the black demon sword and stabbed out. The sword chi rushed into the clouds and was extremely powerful. But Yu Qiong didn't make a move. At the most crucial moment, he chose to borrow someone else's knife to kill. He thought that he was very smart, but in reality, He was extremely stupid. The ghost dragon swooped down and clashed with the sword Chi. Hung Long. Ghost's sword was heavily injured. A terrifying force struck him in the chest. He was sent flying out of the room. He was originally infinitely close to the flower, but now he flew back to the starting point. He was injured all over, and it was very serious. The people behind saw a figure flying over. They thought that it was Ling Xiao who was sent flying. But when the black figure landed, they realized that it was Ghost Sword. Ghost Sword had miscalculated. He never thought that Yu Qiong would plot against him. The human demon king seized the opportunity and heavily injured him. Of course, the human demon king didn't have it easy either. Ghost Sword's sword Chi pierced through his body. He was also injured, but in a much better state than Ghost Sword. At this moment, Yu Qiong thought that her chance had come. He charged forward. He wanted to kill the human devil king. The human demon king sneered. Even if I'm heavily injured, trash like you can't hurt me. What's more, my injuries aren't too serious right now. A human and a demon collided. Yu Qiong felt as if her body was about to fall apart, as she was heavily pushed back. His situation was even worse than Ghost Sword's. He was also sent flying. The people behind were all inexplicably shocked. What happened? Why are Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong flying back with injuries? There seems to be a figure. If it's not Ling Xiao, then who is it? Why is he so powerful? Oh no, I heard that the human devil king is about to revive. Could it be the human devil king? For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. Black Pearl, Night Demon, and the others at the front could already see the human devil king. But Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. They were extremely confused. Humph, Ling Xiao, that bastard, must have already been killed and chopped into pieces. Yu Feng sneered. However, at this time, the human devil monarch suddenly screamed miserably. Hell Shadow Strike! Ling Xiao's figure appeared behind the human devil king. And there were two figures, an avatar and the main body releasing Hell Shadow Strike at the same time. Before, Ling Xiao was an idol. When the human devil king was fighting with Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong, he had already secretly approached the human devil king. He was waiting for the moment the human devil king repelled Yu Qiong to suddenly attack. And once he attacked, it was a combo. After Hell Shadow Strike, it was Black Soul's Wrath. Black Soul's Wrath was an attack that completely ignored defense. No matter how strong the human devil king's defense was, it was useless. The already heavily injured human devil king suffered a heavy blow, and his injuries became even worse. Ling Xiao didn't dare to give him a chance to recover. The blood thunder god that had eaten no less than 1,000 top-grade spirit stones erupted. A terrifying red light shot out from the demonic epiphyllum. It directly bombarded the human devil king's back. How could the pitiful devil Hongmaru's body withstand such a terrifying attack? In an instant, his body turned into fragments. Brat, I won't let you off. I will definitely kill you. A roar came from the distance. The human devil king's plan had failed. He was in unbearable pain. Goodbye. I won't see you off. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. No one could believe that the human devil king, who had heavily injured Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong, was actually defeated by Ling Xiao, although it was a sneak attack. However, the power of that final strike was truly too terrifying. No matter who it was here, if they received such a terrifying attack, they would definitely not be able to survive. They didn't have that confidence. Ling Xiao didn't wait for these people to look at him with admiration, jealousy, or fear. The human devil king was driven away. Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword were heavily injured. There was no one here who could compete with him for the demonic epiphyllum. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Zhao's body turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning. He forcefully blasted open the terrifying black fog that was set up by the demonic epiphyllum. That black fog seemed to be able to corrode everything, but it wasn't able to corrode Ling Zhao. Instead, a lot of it was absorbed by Ling Zhao. The energy in his cultivation increased by another 10%. Don't just stand there, quickly charge. Ling Zhao, that guy, repelled the human devil king. He must have consumed a lot of energy. He definitely isn't our match. With a roar, Yufeng charged forward. The rest of the people also followed him. Instead, the strongest Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword had no choice but to sit there and quickly heal their injuries. They didn't lose their chance, because even if Ling Zhao obtained the demonic epiphyllum, they still had a chance to fight for it. So, the most important thing now was to heal their injuries. Ling Zhao broke through the final barrier and grabbed the demonic epiphyllum in his hand. The demonic epiphyllum was only the size of a palm. However, the power that was released was truly astonishing. Ling Zhao really wanted to use this thing right now. However, he resisted this impulse and hid the demonic epiphyllum in the mountain river world. Then he swallowed the qi and blood wine and true essence wine. Obtaining the demonic epiphyllum was just the beginning. Next, it would be even more troublesome. It was very likely that he would become the target of public criticism. That kid got the demonic epiphyllum. If you want the demonic epiphyllum, then kill that kid. Shouts could be heard from the crowd. At the same time, the people who were originally in the Western Puppet City also surrounded them. What they were waiting for was the moment when someone snatched the demonic epiphyllum and removed all the restrictions around them. This way, they could only target people and not waste time on targeting restrictions. And this person seemed to be much weaker than they had imagined. Genius 1 second, remember this site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 4173. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. So what if you got the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower? In the end, it's all for naught. Do you really think you can keep the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower? Yu Qiong laughed out wildly, although his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. However, the Yu family's influence was still the greatest here. It was impossible for Ling Zhao to leave with the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. Gui Jian furrowed his brows. He didn't believe Ling Zhao was such an idiot. Since Ling Zhao dared to get the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, he must have a plan. If not, the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower would be the death knell. In fact, the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower wasn't that important to him. He was fighting for it, for his sister. He believed that even without the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, he would still be able to break through to the divine physique realm. This was the confidence of a genius. Now, he really wanted to see how Ling Zhao was going to escape from the encirclement of so many people. Everyone, listen to me. This man isn't weak, and if we fight each other, we won't be able to kill him. Why don't we work together? Let's kill him together. Then we can think about fighting for the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. This way, we will still have some hope. But if the flower falls into his hands, we will lose all hope. Ling Zhao's performance had caused many people to feel fear. Therefore, they considered working together. You're right. In the end, we've all received benefits from the Yu family. The heavenly demon Dutchman's flower is for the Yu family. If the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower falls into Gui Jian's hands, we won't fight for it. After all, he is the Devil Sovereign's disciple. But who does this guy think he is? We can't let the flower fall into his hands. That's right. There are at least 100,000 men who have reached the peak of Thunder Mountain. I don't believe we can't take down an early 7th Divine Core warrior. You're right. Let's work together and kill him. At this moment, Ling Zhao felt like he had suddenly become a great man. He was strong. 100,000 men working together to kill him. Ha! This kind of feeling is really exciting. In the end, these people thought he was weak. If it had been a flying, flaming lion or a human devil king, perhaps many of them would not have dared to attack. But so what? In Ling Zhao's eyes, there were only a dozen people who could pose a threat to him out of 100,000 people. As for the others, they were just there to make up the numbers. There was nothing to worry about at all. Let me go, or I'll start a massacre today. Ling Xiao looked at everyone in front of him with contempt. He's scared. Ling Zhao's pity was taken as fear. Speaking of which, it was really funny. Ling Xiao smiled. All right, if that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the opportunity to slip away, facing 100,000 people directly. It was really quite strenuous for him. However, if he made use of his speed and the shadow dancer incarnation in this Fengdu demonic forest, on the Thunder Mountain, he could kill every single one of these 100,000 people. Killing was also a matter of skill, but at that moment, the originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. It was as if the sky was falling down. Ha 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 ha! The dark clouds quickly condensed and formed a huge human head. The human head looked like a human devil king. Despicable human martialists, you didn't expect this, did you? We, the human demon lineage, have painstakingly set up a great array on the Thunder Mountain. Sky Demon Illusory Array. Even if I am not strong enough to kill you all now, you can kill each other in this Sky Demon Illusory Array. Ha 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 ha. The Sky Demon Dutchman's flower will be mine sooner or later. Amidst the maniacal laughter, the scene in front of everyone suddenly changed. Ling Xiao had originally been standing on the top of the mountain, but now he realized that he had appeared in a wasteland. There was no one around anymore. Master, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. This Sky Demon Illusory Array is actually a terrifying array created by using the treasures left behind by the Sky Demons. You have now been directly teleported into a special space. The only way to get out is to break through the space. Otherwise, you will be trapped here forever and never be able to leave. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. Furthermore, the sky demons that appeared in this space were formed by the remnant demonic chi of the treasures. However, they are extremely powerful. In addition to this, you also have to be careful not to be devoured by the sky demon's consciousness. Otherwise, you will be transformed into a sky demon and fall from grace. Of course, this is a good opportunity for you. Facing more than 100,000 people, it will be very difficult even if you have a few people helping you. Even if you can win, it will be very troublesome when you Qiong and Ghost Sword recover from their injuries. However, everything is different now. Although this human demon king wanted to kill you all, he has actually helped you a lot. That's true. Ling Xiao began to walk forward. Since 100,000 people wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to be courteous. He would kill every one of them he encountered to train his battle techniques and temper his willpower at the same time. That is, just as Ling Xiao was walking forward, he suddenly saw a group of people. He was very familiar with one of them. This person was the woman in green from Greenvine sect. Right now, the woman in green was being threatened by a few other people, and she looked very miserable. It was obvious that she had helped him before, and was now considered a traitor by the Greenvine sect, although he hated this woman before this. But right now, he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Brother Ling, it's you. When the woman in green saw Ling Xiao, she didn't know what to feel. She was happy, but also worried. She was happy because she and Ling Xiao could be considered friends who had gotten to know each other through fighting. With Ling Xiao's personality, it was impossible for him not to help. She was worried because she was being threatened, and if Ling Xiao didn't want to hurt her, it would be very troublesome. At that time, not only would Ling Xiao be in trouble, she would die as well. The 9 men from Green Vine's sect noticed Ling Xiao as well. One of them had a cold and hateful look in his eyes. He was one of the men who had stayed in Puppet City in the West. He didn't stay with the others. Therefore, when Lu Shi was killed, he wasn't there. This man was at the mid-heavenly core realm. He couldn't be underestimated. He was probably the one who captured the woman in green. His name was Lu Yun, and he was Lu Shi's twin brother. Both of them were about the same age, and their strength was about the same as well. However, Lu Yun had broken through during this trip to Fengdu Devil Forest. Lu Shi hadn't broken through yet. Lu Yun grabbed the woman in green's neck. Then he looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "Brat, you better not do anything, or else I'll kill her." "What does she have to do with me?" Ling Xiao asked with disdain. "You're all from Green Vine sect, and I'm just a barbarian. If you kill her, do you really think I'll care?" After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. He didn't care about the woman in green at all, as if they didn't know each other. End of chapter.